repairs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Find your perfect home with American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program. The perfect solution for home buyers and sellers. Enjoy lower rates, variety of terms, and access to exclusive savings benefits like a 20% cash reward. Get peace of mind with our experienced team who's been helping home buyers since 1964. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to apply for a free pre-approval today. Insured by the NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Valentine's Day may feel a little ways off, but more people than ever are planning ahead because they want this year to really count. If you're thinking about doing something truly special, now is the time to visit Paul at Cozy Jewelers, located in Newtown Square. Paul takes the time to understand what you're looking for and helps you create a piece that's meaningful, personal, and unforgettable. This Valentine's Day, step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Start early, plan it right, and make it a moment they'll never forget. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oftentimes I don't pay attention to billboards, but these billboards are, this is blasphemy, if you want to ask me. These billboards popping up across the nation, and I don't know if you've seen them or not, but they question whether or not Jesus is actually God. So if you're a Christian, we're always taught, right, that Jesus is in fact God, the Son of God. And like, I remember my parents teaching me, it's like, think of an egg, right? You have the shell and you have the white part, they have the yolk, but it's all one egg. Ooh, that's how they explained, Jesus, God, the Holy Spirit, the divine Trinity. But the image
I love that analogy. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Dan.
Never heard it before. Well, how did your parents, did they ever explain? Because you say, well, wait a minute, there's God the Father, and there's Jesus, and there's the Holy Spirit. Like, how did your parents ever?
There wasn't any kind of clever analogy like that. I just learned the same lessons that you did, that it's all one. You know, it's all wrapped together in one way or another, right?
Yeah, and so that was, what I was always taught. But why would somebody go out of their way to put up huge billboards to question that Jesus's spirit basically was not in heaven? I mean, he, everywhere from the Old Testament, as it's called, to Revelation, the beginning and the end, and thinking about the spirit of Jesus. And I even wondered, is it an abortion thing where they don't want you to believe that, because God says, I knew you before you were born. So is it that, or what is it? But Dan found this Dan Borowski, our great executive producer. Hi, Dan.
Hey, how are you?
Good. It's been a crazy morning. We barely get to say hi to each other because we're it's the morning show.
You're a busy woman there, Dawn Stensland.
We're like running around.
Yeah.
But this was a great story you found with these billboards and the take where, well, do you want to just show it? You want to take us through what you found?
There's a video now that came out. It's gone viral. And you can see a person up there standing and using a long, like the painters on the 15 long pole, paint brushes, the rollers, taking one of those with black paint. It's a black background on the billboard and essentially censoring out the not. So it now says, the Bible says, ... Jesus is God.
So it went viral because people were Christians, and a lot of people were just outraged that they're questioning whether Jesus is God, or that God knew Jesus before Jesus Christ came to the earth, or whatever they're questioning. So they're calling this guy a hero vandal, right? Because the billboard itself, if you're not watching us on YouTube, and if you're not, why aren't you? But maybe you're driving.
It's a cult.
So it's a black background, big white letters, Jesus is not God. The vandal, the hero, however you want to view him, he goes up and, like Dan said, he paints over the word not. So it says, Jesus is God.
All right, I'm looking into it. It's put up by World's Last Chance. It's an organization, a religious organization that promotes a unique blend of end times prophecy, legalism, and unorthodox theology. Founded in the early 2000s. A lot of questions whether or not it verges into kind of cult territory, these people that put up these billboards. So I don't know if it's an anti-abortion as much as it might just be some nuts that got some money and reached out to Clear Channel or whoever else is a business and put up a message like this. That's quite offensive there, Dawn.
Yeah, and I think it's offensive. And can you imagine if they said something blasphemous against people who are Muslim, for example? Can you imagine? Think about the narrative. It's only if you're a Christian or Jewish, right, that I guess it used to be just Christians. Now anti-Semitism seems to be okay too. But especially for Christians, it's okay to be anti-Christian, to talk about Jesus. They don't talk about any other religion in this way. But a lot of people, I love the fact that it has gone viral, and they're saying, hey, thanks to the hero vandal who painted out the word not.
Okay, well, there's my issue. I mean, it seems like a oxymoron to a degree. Hero, vandal. I just don't know. As much as I agree with the message after the vandalism, where do you square the person going up there and taking what looks to be, private property displayed in public and vandalizing it?
Well, I think they kind of they're asking for it, quite frankly.
Fair.
So,
yeah.
So look, vandalism and spray paint happens, all across the city. Yeah, I would be interested with as many, with as many signs and buildings that are vandalized. I would be interested if they try to catch this so-called vandal out of all of them.
They would, to your point about the, it's...
Yeah, World's Last Chance.
We got to have a good Christian message up there. We got to go after that vandal.
Where do they get all their money?
They're the ones using all the curse words out there, yeah.
I know Rich Scioli has begged for his own billboard, but they're too expensive. They're very expensive. You know what I mean? And he's looking at that and
you guys had
really?
One at one point. I remember there was one over 676, wasn't there?
Of Scioli?
Of you three. You, Scioli, and Greg, when you guys were doing the morning show at the time, right?
Really? I never got a picture of it.
I could have sworn there was a Zioli billboard at once.
Oh my gosh!
No, I might be lying. I might be imagining things. Maybe I am. Maybe if Greg happens to be listening, run in here and tell us whether or not I'm making this up.
Like over the years, I will say there were billboards when I was anchoring the Fox 29 10 o'clock news for that decade. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. The billboards.
I remember seeing you on a billboard, but I remember seeing Zioli as well.
But Zioli used to tease about that. Like, when is my billboard going to happen? Because I think there was another, it might have been like Smirkanish or somebody they used to do billboards for. But if they did a billboard,
I could have sworn it was like the Charlie's Angels pose that you guys did.
Really?
I maybe I dreamt it. I think I dreamt it. I must have dreamt it.
If they had that,
because you are the Word of God.
Well, no, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not.
I don't mean it that way, but
no, really, I wonder how much these things cost. They're seriously, billboards could be six figures. They're very expensive. So the world's last chance, where are they getting their money? And why question the existence of Jesus Christ? That's kind of creepy. You know, I know that you said they're a cult. I know nothing about this world's last chance cult.
So they write that Jesus didn't pre-exist and isn't God according to the Bible. That's their argument.
Well, did they read the Bible? Because, it does. So
I mean, I'm reading Not the Bee, which is a satirical website, and even they're like, yo, guys, reminder, Jesus called himself I Am, the Hebrew name for God, said he existed before Abraham, and claimed point blank that he was Son of Man, prophesied about it in Daniel 7, who is equal to God, and has a never-ending kingdom over creation.
So
the Jewish leaders wanted to kill him for hearsay because of these claims, and succeeded temporarily.
Yeah, if this were a book report, they get an F. They did not read the book. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's just it. I mean, this is a cult. They talk about the Holy Scriptures and Yahweh.
Did you ever have any...
I'm looking at their website.
All right, you've been in the news business. You're legendary. Have you ever had any intersections with like cults and that kind of life? Ever do an investigative report into a local cult any point during your career?
Not any serious one. No.
Not serious.
I mean, some like wannabe.
Maybe you exposed something. I don't know.
No, not really. But this cult, they do baptism. They quote the Bible. Oh, they're flat earthers.
Oh, really?
Flat earth. We honor and worship our Creator by acknowledging the world and denouncing the counterfeit world created by pseudoscientists. So they're anti-Roman Catholic Church, but the earth is flat, not spherical. And the earth is immovable. There you go. They say that all the...
I apologize if any listeners are part of this.
What's that?
I hope none of our listeners are part of World's Last Chance. But
do you believe in the loony? It's the loony solar calendar. Emphasis on loony.
Yeah.
Little loony.
Like, I'm trying to do research. I've looked on Reddit. Someone says, I'm trying to find anything about this, in quotes, cult. They write that they believe that they don't believe that Jesus and the Holy Spirit are part of God, and that flies in the face of the Bible, and literally anything anybody can find out about this cult. So
yep, 855-839-1210 if you've heard of this. But they say heaven is not the Christian goal.
Oh,
okay. So heaven, they say the Bible never promises heaven, and hell is not an ever-burning place of eternal torment. The wicked will not be tormented through the ceaseless ages of eternity, as many today teach. Rather, they will be destroyed. So there's no hell. You're just offed. Like Tony Soprano, it goes dark, and you're done.
Speaking of the word Tony, Miss Robin checks in on the chat, Dawn.
Miss Robin.
This is amazing. I don't know if you want her to call in, maybe tell us about this.
I know.
Miss Robin Bruno, my mom and dad were invited to the Jim Jones Church in Berkeley before they moved to Ghana. Thank God they weren't roped into that brainwashed craziness. Did you know that about Miss Robin?
What?
Yeah, wow.
Is she joking?
No, she says she knew people, or they knew people, her parents knew people who went down there and died.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Yeah, I've known people. I know a couple people, and I have an in-law whose family was in a cult, and they got away from it. And
Really?
The stories are scary. Yeah, Miss Robin, I'd love to hear this story sometime.
Yeah,
that's
stories.
Unbelievable. Because if you're raised in that kind of thing, how do you get out of it?
Yeah.
That is so scary.
And like Miss Robin had to have known these individuals hanging out with her parents growing up, and to see like the Kool-Aid footage and all, and
but it's
now
why.
so famous.
But think about, for those of you, Miss Robin, who's Tony Bruno's better half, engaged over the Christmas holidays. But now it explains to me, because Miss Robin has such intellectual curiosity.
Yes.
And now I understand why. Because I think the best journalists, people who just are very open-minded and maybe even knowing about a cult, being exposed to that sort of thing, would make you view the world differently, and you question everything and you research everything.
Look who's on the line.
Hey, you.
Hello. Yeah, this is one of my, I remember when the Jim Jones thing happened. I was really young because they were down in Ghana for like 6-7 years. So I want to say like seven years old when the whole massacre happened. But they were invited to the church before I was born, when they lived in the Bay Area. And, it was a big thing, because the Jim Jones Church at the time was very inclusive. They didn't believe in segregation. There was, during that whole era of love everybody, and so it was one of the few churches led by a white minister who encouraged a lot of African Americans to attend. And so anybody that believed in everybody was equal thought this was amazing. And my mom and dad had friends who belonged to the church, and they said, you should come down. You should listen to this minister. He's fantastic. He preaches, and you just feel it. And so they went, and they said, my dad especially was the one that said something wasn't right. Like, he just felt uncomfortable because there were people that were just too like glassy-eyed, he said. But my mom was like kind of encouraging, like, we should go back. And my dad was like, nope.
Now, have you seen
and then shortly...
Sorry. No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask...
I said shortly after that, they went down to Ghana. Shortly after that, they moved the whole thing down to Ghana. And there was a lot of politics involved. I forget what the whole thing was. I should watch a documentary sometime, but I know that there were a lot of politics involved as to why they left.
Well, that was my next question, because there is that new Jim Jones Netflix documentary that's just came out, I think, last month, where they go.
I should watch it.
Yeah, I want to see it. I had seen that it had been released, but it led to the death of more than 900 people, the largest loss of American civilian lives prior to September 11th.
Wow. Yeah, and my mom and dad, they knew people who died down there who went there.
Did?
So they knew, yeah. It wasn't their closest friends. The friends who encouraged them to go ended up, they weren't willing to give up their lives in the Bay Area to make a new life down in Ghana. But there were a lot of people that they had met through them that did decide to give up everything and move down to Ghana. It was supposed to be this, new kind of paradise where everything, it was a very communal, communist type ideal. And it went south fairly fast. Yeah.
I wonder when you look with that kind of perspective and thinking about that, you think about the 1970s and all of the upheaval. Now look to 2026. Look at Minneapolis and what's, this politically divisive, explosive sometimes environment. Does this kind of environment invite that kind of cult, like Jim Jones cult, where people are looking at like a sanctuary and escape, and we're going to have equality and everything's good, and we're going to literally drink the Kool-Aid together?
Yeah.
And follow social media.
I think there's something definitely to that. When you think about how humans over the millennia, they have needed something to belong to be a part of, to believe in. And religion filled that void for most people for a very, very long time. And as humans have moved away from religion, they have filled that void with something else. And I think that and not everybody needs it, but for the most part, I think that we as humans are kind of a herd mentality. And you see people glom on to whatever organization we're not calling it a cult, but when you look at how easily they are manipulated, it kind of fits that mold, doesn't it? I mean, you see people that are, I think that the woke mentality, the woke narrative is definitely, it speaks to people that are needing to fill that void. Yeah. They belong to something. Everybody around them believes it too. They have gatherings. They talk about it. And they can then be manipulated into believing almost anything. And it's sad to see. I mean, I said it yesterday on the show. I was like, what is it? What is it that makes certain demographics charge forward with what, if you stand back for a minute and look at it from afar, you're like, whoa, this doesn't really make sense, yet they're all in.
And that's just it. You talked about demographics. So Jim Jones was this charismatic, he was a white guy, but I'm looking at the majority, I'm looking actually some of the write-ups, the majority of his parishioners, the People's Temple from San Francisco there, were African Americans. But they were, oh my God. And he forced the children, the elders, everybody, the congregation to ingest cyanide-laced punch under armed guard. Oh God. Yeah. But nowadays it's white woke.
I think that we as a society we made the decision in the 80s. I think that to me, the 80s was the major turning point where we said, we are not going to do the segregationist stuff. We are not, we believe everybody's equal for the most part. I mean, are there going to still be racists? Yes. There's always going to be those people that we're never going to be able to get rid of, unfortunately. But for the most part, in the 80s, I feel like I remember being in high school and we had both black and white and Asian. I moved from the Netherlands when I was 16, moved to the United States, and it was the first time that I was in a very multicultural environment. And everybody was the same. Like there weren't cliques.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking that, wow, this is finally, like, because in Europe it felt a little bit different. In the Netherlands, obviously there weren't as many black youth in schools. We had a lot of people from Indonesia because of the Indo-Dutch occupation and the war, and so a lot of people went back. There were people from South America that were very dark-skinned. That was also another Dutch colonization that had moved back, but it was very white, and it wasn't quite. It didn't have the history of segregation that the United States had. So moving to the United States in the 80s, I was pleasantly surprised. Like, I had this idea that it was going to be worse, and it wasn't. And it wasn't until, to me at least, I felt like everything was progressing forward and healthier until after Obama came in. I voted for Obama the first time around because I was, hallelujah, this is wonderful. We've finally reached like where everybody's equal and nobody cares that he's black. And then all of a sudden, after Obama came in, there was this deep slide back into where we are now. And it's sad to see. But getting back to Jim Jones, yeah, my mom said that that it was so refreshing and that he did have this sort of dynamic power. And she doesn't know if at the time when they were going there that he was quite as crazy as he descended into craziness down, that he became more and more paranoid. They even know Ray, oh gosh, I can't think of his last name. He was a journalist at the time. And there was a American Bay Area politician who had a friend who had children in Ghana, and they were trying to go down there and bring them back. And that's when everything blew up. I do remember this, and I will need to watch the documentary to remind myself of all the details.
Yeah.
But I know that they went down there. There was the journalist went with them, and it was right when they were getting ready to leave there was like a couple of people from the Jim Jones compound that wanted to go back with them. And Jim Jones did not like that. So that's when he started shooting people that were leaving. And they went to the runway and were shooting people. And this journalist, I can't think of the name, I think his name is Ray something or another, took the drink cart out of the airplane wall compartment and hid behind it and survived. He was one of the few people that survived.
Jeez, that's crazy. Well,
yeah,
I know Dan's been showing some of the NBC News, coverage, but there was an NBC News correspondent, Don Harris, who was murdered November 18th, 1978. Yes. At that airstrip in Guyana.
Yeah.
And he had been visiting Jonestown commune, and then a representative, congressperson, Leo Ryan, was investigating the abuse allegations. Wow, it's crazy. I can't wait to see this. Ms. Robin, you're fascinating. Something I did, you have a book or two in you, so thank you so much for sharing that. Wow. And
well, yeah, no, it just happened. I just happened to turn you on when I saw you guys talking about it.
Thank you, pretty mama. No, it's always a pleasure. And of course, Dan Borowski and I would love to do an extended, investigative journal. We could fly to Florida. What do you think? It's like 80 degrees, Dan. What do you think?
It sounds like a great assignment.
I think you guys should do this.
Yeah, me too.
I keep saying it. This is like South Philly. With the number of people that are from Philadelphia that are down here, we can, absolutely.
Be fun. Well, Miss Robin, I won't even say, here it's like 0 right now with the wind chill. It's so cold.
Stay warm to Miss Robin.
Yeah,
get out of here.
I was almost going to say stay warm.
16 degrees.
Well, get out and get some sunshine for all of us. Thanks, Robin. Really appreciate you.
Yes.
Take care. Well, we got to introduce the all-new 2026 Honda Prelude Hybrid, the redesigned cutting-edge hybrid performance, head-turning style, coming soon to a Piazza Honda dealer nearest you. Be among the first to experience it, or you could always discover Honda's complete hybrid lineup, the popular Accord, Civic, or the hybrid CR-V. So that's what my husband Larry has, the CR-V, which is awesome. It's a great car, has handled well in this horrible, snowy, icy weather we're having. And the hybrid, obviously, he doesn't have to fill up every other day like the rest of us. So it's also available today with financing as low as 3.49% for 60 months. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. Experience the future of driving. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life, and the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
Announcing that gold is now over $5,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, the States Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. For more info, go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Philadelphia homeowners, protect your investment with custom storage from Closet Factory. From design through installation, everything is handled in-house, ensuring consistent quality from start to finish. Call 215-461-4013 for your free design consultation. Closet Factory, smart storage done right.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the $700,000 home field hangout drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 to create your dream home theater. Drawings every Saturday. Grand prize drawing January 31st. Score big during home field hangout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let your savings take root in 2026 at First Harvest Credit Union. Lock in your savings rate and watch your money grow as you earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or choose a 24-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.15% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to explore these savings options and more, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assure to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assure. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
this brutal cold, as they're saying that this is the coldest weather that we've experienced in decades. And even if you look at it in its totality with the forecast, and now they're saying snow might be on the way Sunday, say it isn't so, but they're saying it may be the coldest stretch that we've seen in 30 years, which is why I don't know about you, but I am just, I don't know, cabin fever, whatever. I would love to just get out of I can't. This weekend is, first of all, unfortunately, at Lincoln Financial Field Saturday, we'll have the mummers and the string band competitions. And so, Larry, I'll be doing that.
So you got to sit outdoors for that, or do you get to sit in the press box? Don't mean to interrupt you.
No, we're it's cold. I mean, it's just going to be cold. We're not inside.
Be freezing for you.
Yeah. So they always put heaters. They're amazing. It's a great crew, and we feel blessed to do it. But I feel badly, not for myself, but for the performers, because obviously,
Yeah.
I mean, they'll be sheltered, if you will, in Lincoln Financial Field, but it's not obviously an indoor venue.
I can only imagine those costumes have to be pretty heavy and sweaty and.
Well, you hope that they're warmer because it's going to be in the 20s, and the wind chills in the teens. So coldest weather, and that's why there are all these cold weather advisories, the National Weather Service issuing that, because it's frigid. Today, the high is 23, the low is 8, and the wind chill, what do they call it? The feel-like temperatures.
Just call it wind
What does it feel
chill.
like?
Yeah.
So it feels like as much as 20 below zero. Anywhere from 20
When?
below to 8. Today.
Today?
Those are the feels like
Oh my
temperatures.
gosh.
What does it feel like?
Yeah, I got to go home and walk the dog. That's
Doggy's all a little
thank
chilly.
you. Hey, so where can I watch it?
So it will be, I'll post it out, but it's all on MeTV2,
Awesome.
FMZ.
I love MeTV.
And they're streaming it everywhere, so you'll be able, but yeah, Saturday the high is 22. So for our string bands and our mummers competing, it'll be basically negative 8 wind chills. I know.
I become addicted to MeTV because of you.
I know.
Those
I love
promos
MeTV.
during your breaks got me. Like,
Yeah.
like the 80s series Hunter. I don't know if any of our listeners are familiar with it. I become obsessed with it.
My sons love all the shows on because to them, it's original programming. To my parents, it's all, back in the day.
Yeah.
But that's the funny thing, that for the, your generation and then, my kids and younger.
You know what it is?
What?
It's why I feel so fresh, because everything is so shoehorned into his generation of social commentary that when you watch something like an 80s show like Hunter, where it's just 55 minutes of pure police fighting action, it's great. It's fantastic. It's going into Chinatown and taking down the triads. It's great.
I told you, my sons love Columbo. Like with the cigar. Yeah. You know what I mean? They love that
your
stuff.
Sons. Your sons are great.
So much fun.
2 peas in a pod. Us, 3 peas in a pod. 4.
It's one of those days where especially if you, I don't know, for kids, like school got canceled and your work got canceled, cozy up and watch a little, I don't know.
Yeah.
Little MeTV.
Get the Hunter theme going.
Woo.
I feel like there's probably one listener in our audience that remembers the TV show Hunter.
Oh my God. I have no idea. I don't even know what show you're talking about, to be honest. I'm going to check it out over the break. All right, we'll take a quick break. Dawn Show continues after this. Great interviews. We'll do a recap for you. Be right back.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're going to set one New Year's resolution this year, it should be to protect yourself and your family. And my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop will help. See, Bob's isn't just about selling firearms. They're a full-service shop with over 60 years of helping people like us become responsible, safe gun owners. They're going to guide you through the entire process from applying for your permit, helping you select a firearm that fits you best, and most importantly, train you on how to safely operate your firearm. And you're going to get hands-on training with one of Bob's certified NRA and range safety officers. Now, I've been working with Bob's in selecting another firearm, and I'm working with their certified trainers to help sharpen my skills, because you always got to sharpen your skills, right? Listen, I'm telling you, the team at Bob's, they are the best in the business. So make 2026 the year you protect yourself and your family and exercise your Second Amendment rights. Visit Bob'sLittleSportsShop.com. Bob'sLittleSportsShop.com, my go-to place for all things freedom and liberty. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every door and window you buy. That's right. Get 40% off each expertly installed energy efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. This offer is for a limited time only, so you have to act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, then call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. Kia of CherryHill.com.
When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tasty Cake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crimpets, Tasty Cake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tasty Cake wherever snacks are sold. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Yes. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
Oh! There's never been anything like this. Let's go.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We are in the deep freeze, officially 20 degrees today, but now we're getting new details from the National Weather Service, all the local meteorologists, as they're saying that, yes, Sunday, we could be in for more snow, 5 inches of snow on Sunday. I'm looking at it percentage-wise. It looks like 30 to 40% chance that we'll get that much snow. Say it ain't so, I don't want it. And this, as we're still recovering from frigid temperatures from all the snow, and certainly would be great if we were heating up. to maybe 36, 38 to normal temperatures for this time of year, late January, because then it would help as we de-ice and de-snow. And de-ice, I mean the real ice and snow, not the other stuff that Philadelphia City Council, some members want to de-ice, if you will, and defund law enforcement. Officially, we've been talking about that. Hey, Dawn Stensland, at Dawn Stensland. What about SEPTA, public transportation? I'm seeing now that SEPTA officials have announced metro services restored. They're still working to get all the regional rail lines back fully in operation, and they've been following those weekend and holiday schedules as they try to get back to normal. But this has the snow emergency. I reported to you right at 6 o'clock this morning that they ended the quote-unquote snow emergency, but still our schools are on virtual. A lot of the archdiocesan schools obviously have been going to what they call a flex schedule, which I prefer because that way the kids don't have to watch a live instructor. They just have some assignments. So that way they can go out, have breakfast with mom, go sledding, what have you. But that has forced a lot of parents locally, obviously, to stay home with their kids. So side streets this morning were not great, but when I compare over the years of this much snow, especially because we're not having any warming or melting, I gave the city, I'd say a B plus, A minus, as far as most of the major roadways. Side streets, obviously, that much snow being dumped on us, and then the refreeze. So they plowed everything. They've been brining. The problem is the refreeze and all that black ice. Lincoln Drive, there was some slipping, and I took it slow. As long as you take it slow, the overpasses, but we're still getting, we're still recovering, let's say. And then we're watching very carefully what's happening in Philadelphia City Hall today, because we see some members, as I've been reporting to you, two in particular, they've proposed this ice out legislation, trying to redefine the role of ICE. And really what I see, this is more of a public relations battle, is it not? And it's always unfortunate when we see things being politicized. My belief in Philadelphia is that Mayor Parker and our police commissioner, Bethel, they've come out quite strongly, and they've said, and Bethel has made it very clear, he is the police commissioner. Nobody speaks for him. So I'm curious to see how far this particular legislation goes. I mean, Bethel has said we'll work with the feds as long as they provide the proper, documentation. But as far as I see it, it's a pretty common sense, basic philosophy in Philadelphia and this area. And we even saw it with the new sheriff in Bucks County who ran on this issue, Seisler, saying, we will cooperate with federal law enforcement as long as we have the documentation. We know that if there's a violent criminal among us, we are going to cooperate with them. So that's not exactly what was happening in Minneapolis. That's not exactly what was happening in other parts of the country. And so that's why I think Philadelphia, we have not been on the radar, because I actually think we've seen time and time again, our commissioner, our mayor, they want to deal with dangerous criminals. It is not popular in the African-American community here in Philadelphia or in Minneapolis, quite frankly, or in Chicago or in New York. Minority communities don't want people who are foreigners coming here illegally, and on top of it, they are career criminals. So I'll get into it. DHS released and revealed some new details on the numbers, on how many people have self-deported, how many have been arrested. The numbers are staggering, and their charges are as well. So moving forward, I'll try to give you some of those statistics, what's going on. And by the way, they're upping the bonus, if you will. It's about $2,700, a bonus, a free flight. If people who are here illegally and they want to go to the app and they want to self-deport, now they get a little bonus bump. And why? Because the Trump administration says it saves taxpayers a ton of money. So I'll get into it. We have a great guest around the corner. This is about the media messaging and why I believe Donald Trump now is sending in Tom Homan, and Kristi Noem is going to go back to her bigger office job running the overall Homeland Security job out of the business of being the spokesperson, especially in Minneapolis. So the media messaging matters. It's my mantra. This is The Dawn Show at Dawn Stensland. Make sure you're watching us on YouTube. We'll be right back.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You know, it's amazing. The people that have the ability to take these people in are the last to do so. You ever notice that?
Yes.
How wild that is?
Mm-hmm.
Always. You know, Kamala and Doug, they just bought an $8 million Malibu mansion. Let me ask you something. How does an unemployed politician and a lawyer that does not make seven figures afford an $8 million second home? You never notice this too? Whether it's Martha's Vineyard, Malibu, or in Hawaii, all the Democrat elitists that pitch climate change and the fear of coastal flooding, they all buy beachfront property.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a Giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's Marvin E. KANZE.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Searching for a new path to wellness. Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A new year is the perfect time to look around your home, especially the kitchen and bathrooms you use every day, and think about a refresh. That's where Kitchen Magic comes in. They're a family-owned company crafting quality American-made kitchens and baths since 1979, and they make the process simple from start to finish. Right now, enjoy 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations, plus the opportunity to lock in current pricing. Start the year with a home that looks better and works better. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
The Working Families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
New year, healthier goals. So what's for dinner tonight? Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins, of course. Pre-seasoned, packed with protein, and oven-ready in about 35 minutes. Hatfield makes fresh starts easy, even on busy nights. And with family-favorite flavors like savory brown sugar, Texas smokehouse, Tuscan herb, and honey garlic teriyaki, everyone gets a dinner they love. For recipes and where to buy, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
If your old heater decides to call it quits in the middle of winter, no biggie. Horizon Heating and Cooling are your local experts at keeping you warm inside while kicking the cold to the curb. We'll be there to help same day with no emergency fees, even on nights and weekends. Horizon even replaces your broken unit the next day with free estimates available. And right now, trade in your old unit and get up to $5,000 toward a new HVAC system installation. So don't let heating issues stress you out. Book horizonservices.com today.
The Start Something New sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn for $499 a month for 39 months. Or get 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude or a 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport Willys for just $389 a month for 39 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
But I had two very good talks. I had Jacob Fry and I had Governor Walz, and I mean they were great calls. So let's see how they report it. But they were very nice calls, very respectful.
So is there a possibility, President Trump, of some type of compromise? I read that some of the Guard will be leaving the state of Minnesota, some type of compromise to, I guess, make those guys feel like they're in charge, even though, God help us.
Yeah, well, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think so. What we need is their criminals. You know, they have criminals, and all I said, just give us your criminals. And if you give us the criminals, it all goes away. They're there to pick up murders. I don't know if you saw, but it was a couple of days ago announced that crime is the lowest in the history of our country, the recorded history of our country.
Wow.
That's a big statement. That's because of us. That's because we go into cities and towns. Usually we're embraced. Sometimes we're not. Chicago is like pulling teeth with Pritzker and with the mayor of Chicago, low IQ person. And usually we're embraced, but sometimes we're not. And when we're not, it just makes it harder.
So what you were just listening to, President Trump, as he is headed to Iowa this afternoon, and then we'll hear him speak this afternoon. But why is he calling into media, New York media? That was Sid, some of the New York media, radio, number one market in America. Why is he doing that? Because he understands probably better than anybody I've ever seen. He's got to change the narrative. The media and the messaging matters, and matters more than I think most presidents, maybe other than Reagan, really appreciated what this kind of controlling the narrative or turning a narrative truly means to a successful presidential administration, and certainly to the upcoming midterms, which if Trump loses those midterms, which everybody says, the Republicans will lose, then his agenda gets lost in the shuffle, right? So let's bring in, once again, welcome to the Dawn Show here, Simon Hankinson, Senior Research Fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Border Security and Immigration Center. And one of the previous times I've talked to Simon, great book that I have at home that I've really enjoyed, The 10 Woke Commandments That You Must Not Obey. It's a great book. Great read. I'm really enjoying it. But Simon Hankinson, thanks for coming back.
It's always a pleasure. Good morning.
Good morning. So your latest piece that you wrote, your op-ed, Go Big, Then Go Smart. Your advice really is you go through what's going on with Trump, ICE, and the law. And, Simon, my saying is always that we're getting played. And so in this one, even on our morning show, because I'm on starting at 6 o'clock, Simon, and they'll all get, well, did you see the gun? I'm like, you guys, you're falling right into the trap. So when executive producer Dan Borowski and I saw your latest piece, How to Skip the Left's PR Trap, perfect, because you get it, and certainly Trump gets it.
Yeah, I mean, I wish that we lived in a republic where everybody was well educated and had time to read the news from a variety of perspectives and, decide on every issue based on good data and good information. But we don't. We're all busy people. Unfortunately, the media in this country is heavily left-leaning, the vast majority of it, shows like yours and other great independent journalists and reporters notwithstanding. So they're being fed a steady diet of propaganda out of Minneapolis. And this is intentional. This is a carefully orchestrated, organized campaign. It's not just a bunch of moms and dads just, rising up and going out to protest in the streets. There are some of those, absolutely. But there are also paid activists with equipment, with a playbook, with a plan, with signal groups, with the whole anarchist cookbook worth of tactics, and they're playing a tactical game here to get a strategic goal, which is to stop immigration enforcement. Period. Not just against criminals and gangsters, but against anyone who's here in this country illegally. For the ultimate goal, which is to have open borders and no immigration enforcement. And so that's what the Trump administration is up against. And in this particular case, I think they might have lost one of the little battles in the media war, and they're trying to recalibrate.
Yeah, and so this one with President Trump, so now he's managing it himself. He's right. So he's stepping in. Clearly, Homan is in. And, Tom Homan is going to be in Minneapolis. That's what we're hearing. And Trump personally calls Governor Walz and the Minneapolis mayor there, Fry. What do you see with this, with all the rhetoric and following the second shooting that we've seen with, and we've talked a lot about it, obviously, and everything that's coming out with the investigation with Alex Preddy. What do you see here, and what do you think are Trump's best options to get things back on track?
Yeah, I mean, he has no perfect options because the base is always going to be with him. The left is always going to be against him. So we're talking about the margins of swing voters who maybe voted for him in 2016 and then voted for him again in 2024, but didn't vote for him in 2020. I'm maybe grossly oversimplifying things. But he's got to talk to people who don't automatically agree with him and aren't automatically supporters of law enforcement, or who don't have the time to go into the details the way you probably did, and Tony Gannett and others, about what happened tactically. And obviously, it's a tragedy when anyone loses their life,
yes.
And even in a protest. And I really wish we could unwind the clock. Renee Good was still around, and Alex Preddy as well. But the circumstances, it's like when you put on your family table, a dining table, a loaded gun and some gasoline and some matches, and then you invite your 5-year-old to play with his friends. Are you directly responsible for, did you deliberately kill someone when the gun? But the circumstances, the table has been laid for. If it wasn't this, it would have been something else next week or the week after. So I think Trump cannot back down and say, okay, you're right, I'm not going to enforce immigration law in the interior of the country. You win. That would be an absolute disaster for the rule of law and for the future of this country. But in this game of chicken, you don't have to go big, every single day in the same place. I think as 2020, we got 3 more years of hopefully enforcement of immigration laws. And as I wrote in my piece, if he could walk away from Minnesota, not permanently, but make a deal, for example, if you get Governor Walz to, or Mayor Frey to agree to ICE detainers, to honor ICE detainers and hand over the convicted criminal aliens without releasing them into the streets, that basically takes away all of the necessity to have to go out in force with ICE and then more agents to protect the first agents, because the police and the National Guard aren't doing their jobs, because of deliberate politics. So that may be the way they're pivoting. But I think Trump, if nothing else, you have to credit him. Even his enemies have to credit him with political instincts that are superhuman. And I think he's sensing here that there's a little bit of a crack in the Republican wall of his support, and that there are some people who are really worried about the midterms and their seats, and he needs, at the very least, to keep the Senate. So I think political considerations are definitely at play right now.
Yeah, and I think, from Trump's viewpoint, when you look at what's going on, it is a mess. I mean, like you've said, nobody would ever want to see anybody die at any protest. Obviously, we should not be in this place had they all worked together, or just not, the previous administration, just not let in, dangerous, violent, convicted criminals into our country. And so they can't seem to get that message out. I mean, I've been reporting, Simon, on this 8-year-old little girl, a Jewish girl at a Jewish day school in New Jersey, on a school bus, coming back from the school bus, and they have the guy who's an illegal with a rap sheet. I was looking at his rap sheet, goes back 20 years. He's like 40 years old. The guy's mugshot, first and foremost, is he looks really scary and crazy. But the fact that nobody talks about these victims, in this case, an 8-year-old little girl, where the guy allegedly, I have to say allegedly, threw a rock at a school bus, shattered the window. She's in the hospital. Major skull fractures, surgery on her head. I mean, hopefully makes a full recovery. Nobody talks about these victims. And it's Human Trafficking Month, by the way. Where do you hear that? Oh, it's Human Trafficking Month. Let's look at all the victims who've been saved or survivors. It's 0.0 coverage on all of this, Simon. And so that's really what he's up against as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote up that, and you're so kind to plug my book, but chapter 7 is the woke commandment is you will trust the media, you will bear false witness. And they do this all the time. There are, on average, more than one person murdered in Minneapolis a week. Can you name me another one? And I'm not saying that Renee Good, and I'm not saying they were murdered. I'm just saying there are actually at least one person murdered in Minneapolis, legitimately by a criminal in a crime. There are every year, I think the number of officers killed in the line of duty is also at least one a week. Can you off the top of your head name me one of them? They don't get covered. Those cases, the case that you're supposed to remember is this 5-year-old child whose father, I believe, they tried to arrest for completely legitimate warrant, because the guy or deportation paperwork was in the country illegally, and the media tried to make it look like their purpose was to arrest this 5-year-old child, instead of making sure the kid didn't freeze to death while they figured out who could take care of him and try to find the father and mother. So that they have a powerful narrative, and they control the vast bulk of the nation's media. So it is extremely difficult, as you say, to get the message out. I mean, I've written, I think about 400 pieces since I got here to Heritage, and I go on the media all the time. But to try to get to someone who is reading the New York Times and watching CNN and explain to them that under Joe Biden, we let in somewhere between 5 and 10 million people about whom we knew nothing. And then we added them to 400,000 convicted criminal illegal immigrants who already had actual deportation orders issued by a judge. There are an awful lot of people in this country who should not be here, and a minority of them, but still hundreds of thousands of people who are recidivist criminals who will victimize Americans again. And if we can't get people to understand that and to agree that those people should be removed, We don't have enough common ground really to have a functional immigration system.
Yeah, and I always review as well. DHS, they release pretty much, I would say every couple of hours they have something new they're releasing. But ICE officers facing an 8,000% increase in death threats. These officers being doxxed, but nobody's talking about that. And especially to your point, nobody's talking about how many of these so-called criminal illegals, not just people illegally here, but criminal illegals are in this country, how many they've deported. You look at the deportations, whether they're self or they've deported, I think it's well over 2.5 million. And so when you look at this and then you see the First Lady being asked about it, actually, let's play this, Dan, if we can. First Lady Melania Trump this morning was asked about it. Here's what First Lady Melania had to say.
We need to unify. I'm calling for unity. I know my husband, the president, had a great call yesterday with the governor and the mayor, and they're working together to make it peaceful and without riots. I'm against the violence, so if you protest in peace. And we need to unify in these times.
Mm-hmm. So with the First Lady, I thought, oh boy, I know she was there because her global, the debut of the film Melania is coming out on Friday. But I thought, boy, when the First Lady is out there, out in front, and maybe brings forth some empathy to the situation, to me personally, I feel like the president it tells me he's very concerned.
Yeah, things have changed so much in this country, and people are so polarized that I just don't know if there's an audience out there that's listening. Of course, we have to calm down. We cannot have riots and protests in the street that physically impede law enforcement from doing its job, because people will get hurt. And we've seen that happen. That's nullification. If they're basically saying, if the left, the far left is saying, we do not believe that this federal law is legitimate, therefore we are going to make it so that you cannot enforce it, then where does that end? We could talk about taxes. I don't like having to pay, half my income in taxes. So do I get to say, get together with my neighbors and just have an autonomous zone where we don't pay any taxes? Or if the state of Oklahoma decides that they're not going to have the any speed limits at all, there's going to be like the Autobahn, you can go 120 miles an hour. Is that going to be permitted under the federal structure? We have a system. We have a system that's set up with checks and balances and with states' rights, but also federal this supremacy clause in the Constitution that gives the federal law the writ to run all over the country, including in Minneapolis and Seattle and Los Angeles and Chicago, where a lot of people don't like that law. So I think the First Lady, what she said is exactly right. Of course, people need to calm down. I'm pretty sure that the activists who are behind this violence, who are teaching people nonviolent and also violent tactics to try to get in the way of officers so that they can provoke violence, because ultimately that's the goal: is you provoke violence, then you get a media reaction. And I hate to say it, but this is the Hamas tactic. If you have little children and women injured, that's 10 times as valuable as having fit young men injured for the publicity value. So I just wonder if there's anyone actually listening. I'm glad President Trump talked to Tim Walz.
Mm-hmm.
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that conversation, because those guys do not like each other.
Yeah, although he was, and maybe I also thought, Tim Walz, he's, under investigation, we know, for all that alleged fraud, or how much he knew, when did he know it, etc. And so does it motivate him to be a little more cooperative? Does he feel like Trump's DOJ will be kinder to him? I have no idea. But yeah, the fact that they had conversations, that they're both acknowledging, and Mayor Fry as well, that they're acknowledging that they want to work together. I am thankful for that. I just, what I couldn't help, Simon, I couldn't help but think of the one year when Tom Brady's now ex-wife Giselle was asked about her husband and he lost the Super Bowl, and she said that, what is Tom supposed to throw the ball and then catch it himself? I just, for some reason, like football came into my mind, and I thought, Trump has all of these moving parts, just got back from Davos, greatest, you look at it's tax season and they're saying these are some of the biggest tax refunds. Now he's going to Iowa. He's worrying about the midterms. The guy's just working 24/7. And at this point now, he's taking over. Tom Homan, who's headed in Minneapolis, now answers directly to him. How much, I don't know, how long can he go at this pace? I mean, I've never seen a president. The one time, what did he have, a Sunday afternoon off where he went golfing and CNN thought he might be sick or dying? I don't know. How much can a 79-and-a-half-year-old guy keep up with this pace?
It's a good question, but everybody ages at a different rate.
Yeah,
He does seem to be in pretty good shape for any age. And he seems to like to work too. I think for him, it's a joy. He likes talking to people, and he likes to get out of bed and go to the office and read. So I think he can last the pace. What you sometimes see in other countries or here is cabinet reshuffle, where after a certain amount of time, the president will sort of move people around to different jobs or reassign people if somebody's taking too much heat, or is costing him a lot. It's like I was in the Masai Mara in Kenya once, and we saw these herds of various types of antelope, and they all move like a flock, and the one at the head apparently seems to know what direction they're going, and woe betide you if you're at the back of the herd, because the lions are waiting, and if you get the message a little bit late, you might end up kind of orphaned. But yeah, look, when the president's instincts obviously have kicked in to realize that something needs to change in this operation. He knows he can't abandon it, because that's why he was elected, is to enforce immigration law. But that enforcing immigration law in 50 states can take a monumentally different forms. And maybe just taking the heat off this one city, and the mess that's been made over the past few months might be politically a good idea, and also allow him to get on with the job of enforcing immigration law somewhere else.
And that's the other thing. So I always think, what are we not talking about? Because this is consuming, and in cities like Philadelphia are some of our progressive council members, as I speak, proposing this ICE out legislation. They're trying to be a wannabe situation. So you see it across the country. And so then what does it distract from? Or, what does it take away from that we're not talking about? The GDP or the economy getting better. You mentioned tax, things about taxes and the economy. What would Simon Hankinson be writing about if not for this controversy?
Well, I mean, it is a distraction. And let's not forget that it's not because ICE is out there enforcing that all of a sudden these moderates have turned, activists, and they want ICE out. They've always wanted ICE out. They have never wanted anyone deported or arrested for any reason for immigration violations. It's the position of, I would say, that the mainstream Democratic Party, and also the left-wing so-called abolitionists who believe in abolishing, you unfortunately have quite a few of them in Philadelphia, abolishing law enforcement altogether. Criminal justice, they want the whole system, they want the police gone, and I don't know, some kind of, bunny-hugging social workers going out and dealing with violent criminals and drug addicts. But yeah, what it's taking our eyes off are the massive welfare fraud that, yes, was committed by a lot of Somalis in Minnesota, but also by a lot of other people, by gangs on the West Coast in California, by foreign criminals from Nigeria to Russia, and then also the legal welfare costs, which exceed the revenue right now. So we have a country that's sinking into debt, $1 trillion a year, and I don't see any politicians really, other than a very few on the right, coming out and calling for fiscal restraint and fiscal responsibility. Meanwhile, the teachers' unions in Philly, in Chicago, in Boston, New York City have taken our level of education for the average high school graduate down to its lowest ever, and are still digging. And that means that our workforce is less equipped to go out there and get jobs. So yeah, there are all kinds of really important structural issues this country should be facing. And now we're all diverting attention over to the issue of law enforcement in one city in one state, and that's unfortunate.
Well, Simon Hankinson, it's always great to talk to you, pick your brains, and Heritage Foundation. I encourage everybody, if you haven't already checked it out, 10 Woke Commandments. It's a great book, and we love all your op-eds, and you've obviously written about this and so many other issues. Simon, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Simon Hankinson. Yeah, you can go. He writes all these op-eds. He's written extensively about the H-1B visa, about the Somali fraud scandal that he referred to, and then, of course, how to skip the left's PR trap, one of the other pieces. But how do you skip paying a higher bill? Well, one way is to make sure your HVAC and your entire system is fully operational, is fully maintained. I was looking at some statistics on HVAC and how to lower your bills if possible, even though we're in this part of the country where we pay more than 45% more on our power bills than most of the nation. So that's why Marvin E. Cans, My Guys, means so much to me, because, you know, every little ounce of prevention and maintenance matters for the most efficient system. And Marvin E. Cans, they do a great job. They also installed that all-in-one Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning, the mini split, as I call it. They installed it in our lower level. We had that, kind of poor ventilation area. So it's a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning. It's silent. I love it. It works great, and it's a game changer for us. So this winter, I just want you to check out My Guys, Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com. They're great guys, true technicians. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The cold weather advisory continues as an Arctic air mass remains in place through the rest of the week. It'll become partly sunny today with a high of around 25, but feeling colder with the wind. Very cold tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 12 for the city, single digits in the suburbs, and a very cold day on Wednesday with a mix of sun and clouds with a high 23.
Boston Consulting Group in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania seeks a project leader/principal to manage the design and development of business strategies, including managing case team responsibilities and overseeing business development, client relationships, project planning, and the preparation of outputs. Candidates must have a master's degree or foreign education equivalent in business administration, management science, or a quantitative field related to a Boston Consulting Group client industry, plus 3 years of experience as a management consultant, business analyst, or a quantitative analyst, which must include at least 1 year in management strategy. Boston Consulting Group will alternatively accept a bachelor's degree or foreign education equivalent in business administration, management science, or a quantitative field related to a Boston Consulting Group client industry, and 5 years of experience as previously stated, which must include at least 1 year in management strategy. Partial telecommute benefit available. Domestic or international travel is required, up to 80%, based on company/client need. Multiple positions are available. Submit resume to bcgplp@bcg.com. Reference position number PLPHI-HI-S26. Again, submit resume to bcgplp@bcg.com. Reference position number PLPHI-S26. That's resume to bcgplp@bcg.com. Reference position number PLPHI-S26.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Remember the market crash in 2020 when you lost almost 40% of your investment accounts? And remember that promise that you made to yourself that if you ever made some of that money back, you would get off the stock market roller coaster. Well, that time has come, and that time is now. Recently, you've regained some of those lost retirement savings, but you still have not realized those gains because your money is still at risk. Don't forget that promise you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 17th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Announcing that gold is now over $5,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, the States Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. For more info, go to tmtcashforgold.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, you know, when I think about Kristi Noem, she would have been great in probably the 90s as an official. You know, kind of a tough, like, yeah, I shot my dog. Yeah, you know, she's like a tough. I just think it's nowadays.
Shot my dog.
She did.
I know, but that's terrible.
Dog.
Yeah, you're so right.
But you know what I mean?
The gruff, yeah.
The Dakotas, and Daddy died, and I took over the family farm.
A female Dirty Harry.
Yeah, make my day. And so I just think this particular time is just not congruent with maybe her style. I'm not saying, in truth, I'm not saying that she's wrong in her overall message of saying we must have law and order. And so I think it's more about the finesse of the message. And it does matter. I said this yesterday morning, and then we saw within, I don't know, an hour or so, we saw that President Trump is basically taking over. He is look, let me just tell you something. In media, it's almost impossible to change a narrative, which last night then I started to get paranoid because you saw the ship, you know, we have a fleet over there in near Iran, but supposedly they want to negotiate. But I thought, ruh-roh, because the easiest way to change a media narrative, I'm speaking simply from if I were a journalism professor, the easiest way for a major, most powerful world leader in the world to change the narrative is, you know, like bomb Iran. That, I know, I'm sorry, but that, boom, it's then nobody's talking about anything else. I don't think he would do that, right? He wants to negotiate, but it really is almost impossible to change a narrative. So the fact that he could make the calls and possibly change this narrative is huge. And what I mean by that is that they're just not reporting on anything else. They're not reporting on the economy, things that have been turned around, any successes by President Trump. I look at all these news releases and I think, oh man, he must be so aggravated. And you know that he is. But for out of this whole situation, I do feel that the loser, if you will, in this, not that she's demoted because she's just going back to run all of Homeland Security to try to make America safe again, which was an edict for Trump. Dan, I just think that for Kristi Noem, any ambitions like to have a spot as a VP or run for president, this hurts her
100%.
politically, right?
There's no doubt. I mean,
because,
I think
only because it's. I'm just saying, Dan. Only because it's considered a media failure.
Let me ask, do you think they're trying to brandish her as the face of the militaristic approach that's kind of been taken towards this?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think we go a complete 180 away from that militaristic approach?
I think that what President Trump, what I think he has Tom Homan doing, and this is Tom Homan's wheelhouse, Homan is going to Minneapolis because, number one, everybody there respects him. They know him. Even from the Obama era. I mean, he's worked for every president, right? He's been there forever.
Levitt pointed that out. Did you hear that, by the way?
Go ahead.
No, I'll play it. I'm playing it up right now. I'm sorry I don't have it ready for you, but I'll have it here in half a second.
But she is, you think about her predecessor who was always pointing out that she was, I don't know, here.
This is a Washington Post headline from 9 years ago, 2016. Meet the man the White House has honored for deporting illegal immigrants. And I would remind everyone in this room that it was former President Barack Hussein Obama who awarded a medal to Mr. Homan. So he's obviously very qualified. He has the full trust and faith of the president. He will continue to have these meetings in the hopes that ICE and local law enforcement can cooperate and work together to have success.
The other thing I thought of with Caroline Levitt is I just think she and Trump are simpatico. She is, I can't even explain to you guys because I've been in television media and just media my whole adult life, literally. And so she is such a unicorn and Trump adores her. She does a great job. She makes this job look so easy. So to learn that she's pregnant and the baby is due in May, that's also a loss for President Trump. So I'll just say that he's losing his right-hand spokesperson who gets him and is so excellent, gives him great advice. Who is Abington?
Yeah, Martin and Abington wants to talk about this message.
Hey, Martin.
Yeah.
How you doing? You probably won't want to hear this today, but I have to be honest with you. The Democrats lost for one real reason. They couldn't admit when they were wrong. And we've upped that ante so high that right now the president and Bondi and people shoot a man that everybody knows. They saw him wheeled through the Veterans Administration with everyone saluting. Everyone knows he was not what they said he was. He was not a terrorist out there to kill hundreds of police officers. And the only way they're going to make this better, the only way, and they should have done it in the first hand, said we screwed up. The only way they can make this better is, number one, to bring him back, which I don't think even Trump thinks he has that power. And the other thing is to pay them. And when I mean pay them, in Trump in The Art of the Deal, he said you sue to ruin those who have hurt you. Well, maybe half of ICE's budget, which is bigger than the Marine Corps, would pay him off. And the same thing with the girl.
Pay who off? The family of...
Pay off the family of the...
Can I tell you something, Martin? No amount of money.
Yeah.
No, if my son were shot, no amount of money... you know what I mean? No amount of money would ever suffice. I mean, I've never refuted. This is horrifying. And I think that's why President Trump finally stepped in. And I said earlier this morning in the morning show, I suspect he got briefed, and we're hearing all about chain of command issues with this fire, and we're hearing all kinds of inside stories. But I think President Trump is horrified by this whole situation. Nobody should have been shot. Nobody should have died. And so it's a complete mismanagement. Even if, by the way, these officers, did they have a reasonable feeling that their life was in danger? Perhaps, but that just should never have happened. I think that's really why he's stepping in, why he has Homan going there, and why we're seeing this. It's a complete change of the guard. I mean, 100%. You
read between the lines. I mean, to Martin's point, he wants to see a change. He wants Trump to admit it. I think if you read between the lines, he's doing everything he can to essentially admit that, their approach was, there's something wrong there. We're going to make some changes here. Bobino, get out. Noam, get out.
And Martin brings up a good point. You have to admit, but how did he admit it? Through his actions. And I think actions do speak louder than words. So he could stand up there and say something disingenuous. Instead, he called the governor. He called the mayor. Kristi Noem is out, Bovino is out, Homan is in. So I think his actions say This is not acceptable. We never want, people killed or shot. This is horrifying. So let's get illegal, dangerous people out of our communities, obviously, but in a way that's professional and just better managed. So better managing the situation on the ground and better management of the media as well. Dom Giordano is in-house. Dom, a lot of breaking developments, and we've been waiting for this word of City Council in Philadelphia here about to make, I guess, an announcement. They're proposing this so-called ICE out legislation.
Yeah, this is coming to Philadelphia. We talked about it, Dawn, last week at 8th and Cherry, even though it was freezing. The, quote, clergy were there blocking the ICE garage, the opening shot. I predict you're going to see more on this. We're going to talk about Cardinal Tobin over in Newark. He's just called for defunding ICE completely. This is a Roman Catholic cardinal who has, shall we say, a spotty record on never calling Joe Biden out, saying that ICE has to be defunded.
And NAACP, they're all glomming on here. Well, we look forward to Dom Giordano's show and a big take coming up. Dom's up next.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Your day doesn't wait. Between the school run, the office, and the grocery list, you need to know what's happening in Philly now, not an hour from now.
At KYW News Radio, we're obsessed with your quality of life. That means real-time traffic for your commute, weather that actually helps you plan your weekend, and fearless reporting on the local leaders making decisions that affect your wallet.
Stay connected. Stay informed. Tell your smart speaker to play KYW News Radio.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Philadelphia homeowners, your home is one of your biggest investments. Closet Factory helps you protect it by adding custom storage solutions designed to last. From closets and home offices to garages and pantries, Closet Factory creates American-made, custom-built organization that increases function, beauty, and long-term value. Call 215-461-4013 today or visit ClosetFactory.com. Closet Factory, smart storage built the right way.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Anything else? Well, I think they were happy that 9 million new people came into the country because the Catholic groups are part of the groups that resettle and bring in and do all that. Plus, these are new Catholics who are going to shut up and do as they're told. We all know that. So I'll play him momentarily. And as predicted last week, we're seeing today a movement in city council, clergy, the usual anti-American groups passing laws to take the mask off ICE, which will not be effective, etc. But it's coming to Philadelphia now. The action is around here now. As far as Homan going to Minnesota, here's the issue. I love Tom Homan in this role versus Christine Ohm, who said wild stuff during the press conference. I feel bad for Bovino, who goes back to California. He said wild stuff too, though. He's a guy who put his life on the line for the country, but I think Trump is right in trying to manage this. Here's where part of the thing now, this really needs Homan to be there on the ground 24 hours, until they leave. But what's at stake here is the fact you can no longer say, and I have a cut on CNN, that President Trump was elected to just deport people that are criminals, criminal background, and all that, as Hannity blathers on about. Byron York in the Washington Examiner lays it out there. Biden allowed upwards of 9 million people to come into the country illegally. Trump was elected to deport not only gangbangers, and I want to hear from you to tell me if you think I'm off the mark of what you understood during the campaign, not only MS-13 and all this type of stuff. He was elected to deport people on the broad scope that are here illegally. And we always knew this would be very difficult, would be very messy. 855-839-1210. That's my sense, and Byron York is right today. Now, if we move away from that, look, in Minnesota, I've had Paul Morrow on. What have we talked about? We've talked about the fact that ICE, Border Patrol, have been ineffective in allowing their officers to do their mission by keeping the chaos away from them, locking up the people who are trying to interfere. And a lot of you call and say, well, what about the local police? You got to stop that because the local police are not going to do it. Now, if you want to get into Insurrection Act and everything else, that's something to consider. But the local police are not going to do it, okay? They just won't. So then you have to carry out your operation. You have 3,000 people there. And you have to then provide the security. We've talked with Paul Morrow, excellent, the only one talking about this. Before I play the Cardinal, a little bit more on Christine Ohm. One of the all-time great things I had in doing this job was to be in the spin room. So they set up an interview, and I didn't know at the time that she was up to be the head of Homeland Security. I thought she might get something prominent. And I got to say, she looked incredibly buttoned up. And she was in the interviews in the spin room, and some of them were getting pretty contentious. This is prior to the debate. I didn't see her there after the debate. I was too busy with other stuff. Corey Lewandowski's there, and Corey Lewandowski is a Trump guy, but he's often out of control. So, there's no need to make the arguments that she and Bovino were making here. I realize they're in a tough position, though. And a lot of people want to prattle on, and we'll take calls right now, 855-839-1210. Are you with me that Trump ran on deporting people that are here illegally? Now, doing this at times is not a process it's easy to do. But when you're in Minnesota, it's particularly hard to do. So what I think they'll do is they'll try to take out some of the worst that are there, say the mission was accomplished, then get out of Dodge. Trump calling Walz and the mayor is not a bad thing. But these two are not going to relent. They're not going to turn over these bad guys to ICE in a controlled environment in the prison. They're not going to do that. So you got to stop wishing it and realize in Minnesota, the world's against you. And that's why you can't give them any openings as much as possible. That's the bottom line. And I trust that's what Homan is going to do. All right, now here is the Cardinal. I didn't have a chance to go back and see. He is of the very, very liberal wing of the Catholic Church in America. I didn't go back and a chance to see what he did, what was his record during the altar boy scandal, but I will. But I know his record during the Biden years was not saying anything, not talking about life and that. Yet here, he's not just using the usual stuff of pray that we have more peace and all that. This guy is like he's running for president, is talking about defunding ICE, saying it's your duty to be calling the Senate and the House and telling them it's on their conscience, their duty to defund ICE. Listen to the Cardinal.
We are serious about putting our faith in action. We need to say no. How will you say no? In this week when an appropriations bill is going to be considered in Congress, will you contact your your congressional representatives, the senators and representative from your district? We ask them for the love of God and the love of human beings, which can't be separated. Vote against renewing funding for such a lawless organization.
You're the one who's lawless, buddy. You're the one who's lawless. You and the others who encourage, you sanctify it by all kinds of mumbo jumbo about people coming here illegally. 9 million people are here. Catholic Church had a hand in this. He's talking about ICE there as lawless. Here's the thing, and Dave McCormick is on the show today. He'll lay it out. ICE is funded as part of the big, beautiful bill, as I understand it. I'm going to have him ratify this for you until 2029. Until 2029, ICE is funded. You're not going to be able to take that out, so you're going to shut down the world and say we're going to violate the law. We're going to rescind that, Cardinal, in order to have ICE be defunded. You understand what I'm saying? As part of the big, beautiful bill, the funding is there until 2029. So whatever mumbo jumbo Democrats are going to try to do, and they are going to try to shut down the government on this, you're not going to be able to defund ICE. So you're going to defund the whole of Homeland Security? I'm not sure. Dave McCormick is on the show. He's inside this stuff. What I know is until 2029, ICE is funded. Okay? That hasn't been publicized enough. All right. So who is lawless here? Those who encourage constantly no borders. And that's what the Catholic Church essentially has done. Their argument constantly is every migrant coming here is fleeing oppression. Now, I don't doubt that some are. But mainly, they're coming here for a better way of life. We get that. We get that human impulse. But that doesn't mean taking 9 million people in the manner that we did, that the country can handle that or should handle that. And I know I can make simple rejoinders if the Cardinal comes on. Cardinal, tell me about the walls around the Vatican. Let's talk about that. So, Henry, feel free, whatever. You're not going to hell because of this, I just want to absolve you right now. You're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, Father Dom.
Yeah.
Father
I'm giving you the talk radio absolution. No. Lawless, that's lawless. 9 million people coming into the country. And as far as in ecclesiastical matter, Biden shoving rosary beads down your throat and being extreme on abortion. Did they go after him, hammer and tongue? No. It's ICE. We have to defund ICE. Let me go to Shane in Cheltenham. Shane, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Shane, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. So, look, we absolutely voted for Trump to secure the border and to end this lawlessness, this craziness.
Well, wait a minute. Securing the border is one thing. Does that mean deporting people that are here illegally? Yes. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
And the lawlessness, the whole atmosphere of lawlessness that's gone on for all these years with this.
Okay.
Okay. Number two, if somebody makes a mistake, it's important to have individual responsibility, not blame an entire organization like the left does with a single police officer when there's an incident. It's the same situation here. If one person did make a mistake, it's that one person's mistake that's made, not the entire organization.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And look, Kristi Noem has done some things, Shane, that are questionable. Bovino, I feel sorry for it, but Bovino being thrown into Minnesota, which is just insurrection, is not the guy you want there. It has to be calmer and more tactical to get what you want. But I feel sorry for him, a guy who's put his life on the line for us. But Homan is the guy, and Homan's lieutenants are the guys that have to do this.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you, Shane. Thanks very much for starting us off. All right, 855-839-1210, particularly if you're a Catholic. How does that edict go out to you from Cardinal Tobin? Or Tobin. It's T-O-B-I-N. Tobin. Yeah. Wouldn't be Tobin. Tobin. Why do I want to put an A in there? That's why. But with an I, it's still Tobin. Right. The guy has been, along with the guy Kupich in Chicago and one other, they have been the extreme wing of the Catholic Church for quite a while. Cardinal, you can't defund ICE in this. Not happening. They're good till 2029. You want to shut down the entirety of Homeland Security to get what you want? Why is this the issue that you're putting this full weight behind? What's your track record on these other things? 855-839-1210. Now, today's side question. Henry and I had this in the back pocket for a while. I saw this, and I think, Henry, I went back. That's how it got implanted in my mind. There was a worldwide survey, or pretty much that. And American kids said they would much rather be YouTubers, I guess hosts or something like that.
Yeah, an influencer of sorts.
Yes, than astronauts. Becoming an astronaut ranked last among 5 professions.
Jeez. Only
in China, here we go, did children have a clear preference for being an astronaut or rather a tikinaut, and had high expectations for human settlement of space in the decades to come. So we got kids selling you ointments, and the Chinese are going, oh, yeah, you're not going to need those ointments on the moon, buddy.
When I grow up, I want to read ad reads all day long.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So we are looking, the astronaut is a perfect example of something that's lost its luster. At one point, you would say, wow, that guy's a former astronaut. Oh, my God. You know, yeah, and I can't even name the last 4 or 5. They DEI'd it in some regard, maybe, but... you know, it got watered down after the Challenger, after some of the nonsense with the space program. It's no longer too big to fail. It failed.
Yeah, and well, and then on top of that, it's like, what do they do anymore? Go to the space station?
Yes, exactly.
Where can we go to the moon again? Like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that broken? Like, why do we not go there?
That's a good question. So, something or someone, a profession, something that has lost its relevance or its importance or its pop. I'm going to say one, and I guess there's a lot of reasons, but some of them are gargantuan, so maybe I can't say that. And I know one that does really well. Malls.
Oh, yeah.
Cherry Hill Mall is popping when Ro and I go over there. And those malls of America. And then there was that show place in Newark with Mikey Sherrill. She even heard her inauguration there, right?
Yeah.
So,
I know, like, the Exton Mall by me, like, back where my parents live, it's people used to walk now. That's because there's no stores in it, and it's just, well, no one's there, so let's go get some steps in.
Then there's kind of a fraudulent thing with Plymouth Meeting where there's a mall, but there's really bad stores on the inside, and all around it are the nice stores.
Yeah, the great stores,
Why do that? They put
fortify
a
themselves.
Yes, around. Well, where's Plymouth Meeting Mall? Well, you got to go inside.
Yeah.
Look at Franklin Mills, or now it's Philadelphia Mills.
That's
God,
bad.
that's
that's bad. Yeah. So, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, I got two things for you today, Dom. First one I'm going to take off the board is the show American Idol.
Yes.
I mean, it is still running, but like, Dom, could you tell me who the last few champions were? Any of the last 10 champions?
Is Ryan Seacrest even on there?
Ryan Seacrest is still on. Of course,
of course.
Could you even tell me who the judges are?
Right. No.
All right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it kind of lost that cultural zeitgeist and that hold it had.
Oh, wait a minute. Put that one down, Kirk. It's the first time I ever heard zeitgeist on my show. That's a top 10 word.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Throw it in today. You know when you say Happy New Year? Mm-hmm. Throw in a $50,000 word like zeitgeist.
Exactly right.
Henry. Instead of saying relevant, say something in French.
It's your SAT word of the day. Kids.
Yeah, speak in hieroglyphics today if you can. There you go.
Yeah, and then the next one I'm going to take off the board here. Also, not necessarily a cultural zeitgeist anymore.
Let's do. Whoa!
Happy New Year! There you go. Touchdown!
Oh, it's funny you say touchdown because that's where I was going. Next week's big attraction, the NFL Pro Bowl. I mean, what a fall from grace for that event. I mean, you're talking about it going from like an 11-11 football game that people really tried. I mean, you had like dudes like Sean Taylor laying out the punter. You see that clip resurface time and time again this time of year. And now, what is it? It's flag football, and it's mini games on the side, and no one wants to play in it. So much so that Shedeur Sanders just got his first Pro Bowl nod, despite only starting 7 games for the Browns this year.
We do the question of the day. You're in a mind meld with me every day when we remember it at 1:45, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to ask you. I'm glad we're on the same thing. How could this guy, who I don't think belongs in the NFL, causes all kinds of trouble there, a great coach now goes to another place, he's in the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
What? That's sign of the apocalypse.
It's the popularity contest part of the All-Star voting, but at the same time, it's like, you got to be kidding. Like, there's no one else.
It might be time for signs of the apocalypse tomorrow because that's one of them.
Well, that's where you need to be like other sports and really weigh that player vote. If anything, because it's just not weighted right. If someone like Shedeur Sanders and then a few years ago Tyler Huntley is making the Pro Bowl as a quarterback.
Sounds like a guy you wouldn't even greet on the street. Hey, Tyler Huntley.
It's a guy you wouldn't recognize on the street.
Exactly. All right, Kirk, how about yours?
So mine is going to be a little bit of controversy. I think mine's going to be smart appliances, smart TVs, smart washers. Smart refrigerators. I mean, at one point, it was like the hottest thing, but now it's like it's too expensive and doesn't work very well. So
designed obsolescon.
Exactly right.
Are we off flying cars now too?
Exactly right.
I'm for the autonomous car, but
I'm for a car that doesn't slide. Not that I'm critical of the city of Philadelphia, Henry, but coming in on the drive, I see up ahead of me looks like car accident maybe. City truck. So I move into the left lane. Oh my God. There was one spot on the drive iced up. You really couldn't tell. It didn't look that much difference.
Right. Yeah.
I slid 50 to 80 feet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I didn't hit anything.
That's good.
That's good.
That's the thing.
No
I was afraid of going into the other lane there. It's a part on that drive where it's two-way and it's not blocked.
Yeah. That's some stuff.
I expect the guy on the phone was calling to say, you have to send everything in the world out here right now, or I would even block it off. That's how bad it was.
Jeez.
Wow.
For now.
Yeah, you wonder how many of those are across the city right now. Too.
Yeah, and it's the type of thing, it doesn't look like anything.
Right, it's
until
like black
you're
ice
in it.
almost, you just don't even
almost.
see it.
Even though I had to warn, I slowed down. I wasn't going fast even. It still was difficult.
Jeez.
I was a better driver after that.
I'm sure.
All right, yeah, till this afternoon. All right, 855-839-1210. All right, you get in right now. Hit us with something that is obsolete, something that's lost significance. The zeitgeist has struck.
Mm-hmm.
And when you call in today, feel free to throw in a word or in some other language or something like that. Je ne sais pas, that kind
Just
of
wait
thing.
for the money melody.
Yeah, exactly. All right, hit us with 855-839-1210. And your reaction to the Cardinal, I'm going to ask Dave McCormick about this. My understanding is, Cardinal, ICE is funded until 2029. So you're going to shut down the government? Are you going to shut down Homeland Security? If you don't get rid of ICE, defund ICE now from the Roman Catholic Church. One of the biggest, arguably one or two, the biggest Catholic figure in America. The Pope's not here. You know, I hate Tommy's number. Get out of here. He's in the Vatican. Is this Cardinal Tobin? And he's telling you, you better be calling and telling people to defund ICE. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I don't think most of these people, whether they're left or right, are aware that the average common person does not really care what you have to say, because for decades, you haven't had to live like the average common person. Rosie O'Donnell, you're not worried about the gas prices. The biggest hypocrisy of it all, or maybe the saddest joke of it, is the people that actually said they needed to leave America because of Donald Trump. Yet they're either coming back or they can't stop talking about him from another country when they leave. They can't quit it. It's worse than nicotine.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's a new year, and there's no better time to invest in your smile than right now. It's 2026, and this is the year that you want healthier teeth, greater confidence, and care you can trust. So make your appointment now with Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. With Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and I should know he's my dentist. And for over 12 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dental surgery and
this is Andrew.
He treats other doctors. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. So, you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike.
Is everything good on my end?
When it comes to your health, you don't cut corners. That's why it's so important. You go to the best and only the best. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant
audio and
consultation
mic off.
today. If you already
camera
had
off
an
till Sandra
estimate,
gets here.
get a second opinion. It's worth doing. This is your smile we're talking about. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano show. You talk about wild stuff. All right, Slate, which is a pretty far left publication, their op-ed claims that the Vice President Vance pregnancy is political. In other words, they're having a kid to push back on rumors of Vance and Erica Kirk. Oh, man. Big time politics is pretty bad. I don't even think Josh Shapiro would do that. And that's saying something. You know, I use the Shapiro standard when it comes to ruthless politicians. But having their fourth child in order to say, well, everything is fine here, stop it with the Erica Kirk stuff. Amazing. All right, but this is the world that we live in. This is the atmosphere. All right, so we got a great thing going on here. Side question today, this astronaut story hit us with something that is obsolete, downgraded. The astronaut is the winner in this. It's hard to imagine that that's still a very big thing. All right, we played you the Cardinal. I'd love to get your reaction to that. Dave McCormick will be here at 12:30. All right, so let me take one quick one here. Dan in Richboro. Dan, good afternoon.
Hey, Tom. How are you? Happy that the blizzard is over.
Yes, absolutely.
Not much to comment on, but I'm going to switch up and go with a different one. I'm going to go right down a competitor of yours, or if you want to call him that. But I started listening to talk radio when I first started listening. It was Howard Stern, actually.
Okay.
He used to be political, as in common sense. Why are we repairing the roads in the middle of the day when we got 8 million people that are trying to get into the Bell Parkway to go out to Hofstra University on the Bell Parkway? It's crazy.
No, that is a great one. And there were two pivots with Stern, who was the real deal, Dan. I can see why you would listen, just like Rush was on the other side. You can see Stern versus the wannabes. One, when he got out of his marriage, when he got divorced, now all the stuff with other women, there was no tension. And then two, when he, maybe COVID and the germ thing, whatever it was, Dan, and he started to be a captive, wanting to be taken, quote, seriously, the more elites, that kind of stuff. He dressed up for the Biden interview, and he just completely lost any connection with his audience.
Yeah, I only ever listened to the radio. My brother listened to him on XM or whatever, or satellite, and I could never understand. He was a funny guy. He was very entertaining to listen to. Again, because it was common sense. Like, fix the streetlights.
Right.
Exactly. Can we do that?
Thank you, Dan. That's a very good one, Henry, and his analysis is spot on, too. And I knew it when Stern went after me for 14 and a half minutes. I'm thinking he's got hundreds of writers and all this stuff. You have any of that cut? Well, maybe a little bit later on we'll play. It was about the border. And I know why he got mad. We found out later. He was mad because it hit too close to home, saying he's trying to be in a different league. And he's warped himself from what he was and had greatness. Okay, we'll find that. We'll play you a little bit of that. Coming up, though, Dave McCormick. It's School Choice Week. I will ask him about this stuff with ICE. He wants a full investigation in Minnesota. That's fine. A lot to unpack with the senator next on Talk Radio 1210.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy.
Yeah,
Listen
I can
to
hear
Health
you.
Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rhea here to tell you about the excitement happening now at Lexus of Cherry Hill.
Okay,
The L
thanks.
Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is on. New year, new ride. Get special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 2nd. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from, your next Lexus is waiting. Family and veteran-owned and operated, Lexus of Cherry Hill is proud to be an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer sales experience. Start your journey today at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The cold weather advisory continues as an Arctic air mass remains in place through the rest of the week. It'll become partly sunny today with a high of around 25, but feeling colder with the wind. Very cold tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 12 for the city, single digits in the suburbs, and a very cold day on Wednesday with a mix of sun and clouds with a high 23.
Get financing as low as 0.99% on select 2026 Honda models at Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, and Springfield. Shop their extensive inventory of over 600 new models online at piazzahonda.com today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guests, and sometimes things really come together. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. Go there right now, and you'll see and hear. You'll see it, too. Our conversation with Senator Dave McCormick. Senator, welcome back. A lot to unpack with you. Big time to be on. Thank you for joining today.
My pleasure. How are you, Dom?
Very well. Before we get to your call for the full investigation in Minnesota, wanted to clarify a point. My understanding from a couple of sources is that ICE is funded through 2029. Is that your understanding?
That's not my understanding. My understanding is that we have an appropriations bill in front of us that just got passed out of the House, the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill, and the big issue is whether we're going to vote to the House voted it out of the House along with 5 other bills. Whether we're going to vote to pass that, and my Democratic colleagues are threatening not to vote for that, which would, to my understanding, pull back the funding. So I mean, I'll have to double check that based on your question, Don. But I think we got a real problem if we don't fund Homeland Security.
I'm reading right from that the big, beautiful bill created a large reserve of funds for mass deportations actions outside the regular appropriations process.
That's probably the case. There was a plus up in the big, beautiful bill for Homeland Security and to satisfy the president's goals. But the underlying appropriations for the department, I think, still has to be passed by the Senate, hopefully this week.
Okay. Can you give us a sense on that? I played at the beginning of the show, Senator, the Cardinal in Newark, telling Catholics to pressure people like you to defund ICE.
Yeah, listen, I think we got to step back and put everything in perspective here because there's so much going on. But first, what happened under the previous administration was well over 10, probably close to 15 million illegal immigrants came into the country. Many of those were violent criminals. There was a great uptick in the drug trade in fentanyl, as you and I have talked about, 4,000 Pennsylvanians. This was a national crisis of epic proportion. The president ran on the promise of securing the border and sending those illegal immigrants home. I ran on the same thing. And so, and that is to enforce the law. So what is happening over the last year is that the president has secured the border, and these efforts of ICE and the Border Patrol, not only to stop the flow of illegal immigrants, but to enforce the law by particularly starting with those violent criminals, those members of the cartel, to send them back to the countries they came from or prosecute them in American courts. That's what's happening. That's why the Border Patrol and ICE is in cities, and some places across the country have cooperated with those law enforcement officials, and some have not. And unfortunately, Minneapolis is at the top of the list. Minnesota is at the top of the list of those who have not. That's what this is about. Are we going to enforce the law or not enforce the law? And unfortunately, the politicians in Minnesota have put fuel on the fire by saying you should go out and film, you should go out and resist. And that is inevitably going to lead to violence. And we've seen two really tragic situations, most recently on Saturday with the shooting and the killing that took place. And so two things could be true, which is what my position is. I support those law enforcement enforcing the laws. I campaigned on that. They need to do that. They need to do that thoughtfully. They need to do that carefully. But this violent uprising against our law enforcement officials is going to ultimately lead to heartache. In this particular shooting, I've also watched that video many times, as I'm sure you have. I'm not exactly clear what happened, and there's been lots of competing things said about it. And I think the way to give our public confidence is to make sure that when things like this happen, we investigate them and see what really happened and how to learn from it.
Just one thing, I would completely agree. The investigations, I realize not rushing to judgment, but the dragging of the feet, I'm not just talking about this. It bothers you in your position, too. We got to move on it when memories and everything else are fresh to reassure people and do it. And that's not meaning we're rushing to judgment. You got to get everything you can. But, boy, you are a can-do guy. You've done great stuff in just a short time. It's got to be frustrating in the Senate at times, though. Today, Senator, we're getting the report on what happened in that horrific crash. And it was over a year ago. That's just not telling me that this was all thoroughness and sticking to it, et cetera. No. It seems like a couple of months why it's fresh.
Well, not only that, but you have these, competing narratives. And I'm going to call balls and strikes. It's not going to affect me what anybody says on either side. I want to see it for myself. I'm going to form my own judgments. That's what Pennsylvanians expect. But when I was in the military, in the 82nd, we complete a mission and you do an after action report right away. What happened? What went wrong? Oh, I saw it this way. I saw it that way.
Exactly.
These law enforcement officials are in such difficult situation and, sometimes they're going to make mistakes. I'm not saying there was a mistake in this case, but we need to know because we need to learn from it. But we also need to give the public confidence that we're going to make sure that we're handling such things in an appropriate way. And that's not inconsistent with supporting law enforcement at all. I've been the strongest supporter of law enforcement, but we also have to make sure that we're continuing to conduct these operations in a way that's going to protect the public and protect law enforcement.
We're talking with Senator Dave McCormick. And again, from your military perspective, this is a difficult, I won't call it a battlefield. It's an American citizen. But putting Homan in there, I think, is a big uptick. I've interviewed him many times. You probably have too. And I think he gets what has to be done there. And one of the things is using the ICE resources to protect ICE better, cordon it off when they're doing an operation.
Yeah, two things. He has, I don't know him, so I'm speaking just based on what I've heard him say and watched. But two things. I think, listen, this is a tough problem. The focus on violent criminals and the focus on repatriating the folks that are putting Americans at risk as a top priority, I think, is critical. That's what he's argued. He's got great credibility. And I think he's got the followership of the folks in law enforcement. So I think that's a good idea. He apparently has good trust relationships with law enforcement officials. I think it's a good idea to get him in there and hopefully calm the situation down a bit. And I was happy to see the president's report that he had a good call with the governor. I think the governor, frankly, has made this situation worse. Got great credibility, but this is Governor Waltz, but it seemed like that conversation with the president went well, and they both agreed the need to kind of de-escalate the situation. And I appreciate that about the president too. He's he's seeing what's happening, and he's basically saying, "I got to lead through this, and I'm going to make some changes."
Let's pivot to a brighter subject here, and we have reached a magic number of 20 governors now, I believe, who have signed off on something you are a prime driver of in the big beautiful bill. Something that will set up this system in 2027. I guess it takes effect, but 2026 is the ramp up where parents and their kids could make better choices about schooling. And it benefits the public schools, as I understand it. And one brave Democrat who is pretty liberal guy and outside the box. And I've been talking to people in Colorado for the podcasts I do on school choice about him, and how much blowback he got, but how determined he is, Governor Polis, to see this through. So we have 20 at this point. How are you feeling about that?
Well, listen, I'm most focused on Pennsylvania. I think it's, as you said, the big beautiful bill had a school choice provision which allows individuals to have $1,700 tax-free exemption to donate funds philanthropically to school choice. If the beauty of this is it's all new money, Dom. So if Pennsylvanians want to give money to school choice and Pennsylvania doesn't opt in to this program, then those kids in Pennsylvania won't get the benefit of it. It's not going to take a single dollar away from the public schools. It's all brand new money from individuals. And I think the case could not be stronger. What you hear the teachers union say and what you hear the opponents of school choice say, no, this will take money out of the existing schools. This will take money away from existing students. No, this is all brand new money. So I don't know how anybody with a sound mind who cares about kids wouldn't say we want the extra money. And by the way, we'll get money from states, from people outside of Pennsylvania supporting school choice in Pennsylvania. And this is something I know you feel the same way. If you're really committed to the American dream, if you're really committed to equality, not of outcome, but opportunity, the best thing you can do is give every kid the choice to have the education that's best for them. And listen, this is just a start. There's so much more we need to do. But man, if the governor doesn't opt into this, and I've encouraged him very respectfully to do so, if he doesn't opt into this, we're going to miss an enormous opportunity for Pennsylvanians.
Now, Stacey Garrity on my show a dozen times has opted in, can hardly wait, running for governor. Does the governor say anything to you back? I mean, he can't possibly say, Senator, look, he's a smart guy, as political as they come. He understands all the ins and outs. There's nothing here that's new. There's no magic. There's no subsection. As you said, this is new money, straightforward. Governor Polis, who some would argue might even be on the spectrum seen as more liberal than Governor Shapiro, has opted in, and he gave all the reasons that you and I are doing. So one has broken the ice already.
Yeah. Well, listen, the governor and his team have said that they're reviewing it, which I appreciate, but now's the time to act. Right. As you said, 20 other governors. And, listen, Governor Shapiro has tiptoed around this issue for a long time. My instincts, I don't want to get inside his head, but I think he probably knows this is good for Pennsylvania, good for Pennsylvania kids. And it's just whether he wants to take the plunge politically. I hope he'll do that. I've encouraged him to do that. I think this is something that the pendulum has swung. We've hit the breaking point. We saw during COVID how our schools are failing us. Anyone who thinks that we should continue to just do the same thing we're doing is not looking at the data. This is a way to begin to reform and evolve our education system in a way it's going to really, and by the way, Tom, I keep saying this, but you know it, we already have school choice in our country. It's for rich people. It's for people that can afford tuition anywhere. The people this benefits most are the people that are living paycheck to paycheck. It gives them the opportunity to have great school options, just like those that have money. I don't understand how anyone could be against it.
Absolutely. Parting question, and thanks for being so generous with your time. You've jumped in big time to the SAVE Act, as I understand it. Are we going to get a vote on it, which is voter ID and citizenship proof? This would go a long way to shoring up confidence in elections.
It sure would. And listen, this is something I talked about on the campaign trail, in particular, voter ID, the fact that you shouldn't allow non-citizens to vote. Non-American citizens in other states can get a driver's license without being an American citizen. Once you have a driver's license, you can vote. So this is something that is so obvious and straightforward. So the most important thing is that it requires proof of citizenship to vote. There's concerns by some that this would suppress and make it more difficult for certain groups of people to vote. We need to find ways, and there are ways in the bill to make sure that doesn't happen. And this is a big deal. It's a big deal for not only making sure our elections are fair, but giving people confidence that our elections are fair. And there's one more piece of it, Don, which I don't want to miss the opportunity to say, which is there's another piece of legislation that I've co-sponsored. So I'm a co-sponsor of the SAVE Act. I hope we will get a vote, that the momentum's growing. But the other one is the census. And Bill Haggerty has introduced legislation. I'm the co-sponsor of that, to go back and make sure that non-citizens are not counted in the census.
Exactly.
This is a huge deal, Dom, because if those 10 million, 50 million people are counted in the census, that could change, add 4, 5, 10 congressional seats in blue states. You talk about a backhanded way to steal the election. It's to have census that gives 10 new Democratic seats in places like California, New York. That also changes the Electoral College. I mean, this is happening right in front of our eyes. And it's part of the reason I believe, I don't think this is too much of a leap to say why the Biden administration was so open-minded about having 15 million illegal immigrants come across the borders. It's because it affects the census and the Electoral College. So those two pieces go hand in hand. Voter ID, SAVE Act, and evolving the census to make sure that non-citizens don't count.
Thank you, Senator, so much. And I know Marco Rubio is going to be testifying before you and others on Venezuela. When that happens, we certainly want to get you back and break that down.
Yes, sir. I'd love it. Have a good day. Thanks you.
Thanks very much, Senator. Senator Dave McCormick here on Talk Radio 1210. In what universe does the media sleep at the switch again with Josh Shapiro? Just let the kids get an education, Governor. We know how ruthless you are. We know how up and down the line, the nonsense that you do. Just sign it. You got a Democrat who's as liberal on paper, at least in Colorado, who said, yeah, you got to sign this. All right, I'm coming to your calls at 855-839-1210. Something like an astronaut that's kind of gone away in relevancy in any way, shape, or form. Henry had one with Sanders. Henry, you know mine. I think we're on the edge with the Baseball Hall of Fame, which is the only one that has credibility. It's based on stats. Every day you read an article, I think Henry Machette should stand a chance for the Hall of Fame. It's constant.
I mean, I hit a few home runs in the Little League.
There you go. I mean, you were alive then.
Yeah.
Put them all in. Why can't everybody be in the Hall of Fame? All right, 855-839. I'm in 2 Halls of Fame, just so you know, at least 2. The Broadcasters Hall of Fame in Philadelphia. And the Italian-American one over on Passyunk Avenue, right with Rizzo and Serpico and all that around me. Yeah. 855, stop in, say hello, say you want to see it. 855-839-1210. Let me tell you first, though. Are you tired of feeling worn out halfway through your workout or exhausted before the day even begins? If staying active matters to you, fuel your body with Rescue Orosine. Most people don't realize your body runs on ATP, the natural energy that powers every muscle, every heartbeat, every step. But as we age, ATP production slows down, taking stamina and endurance with it. That's where Rescue Orosine comes in. This cutting-edge formula with research-backed ingredients supports ATP production at the cellular level. You can keep moving, keep your heart pumping, keep doing what you love every day without jitters or crashes. Just use the code MyEnergy. Buy one, get one free at res-q.com or call a rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. Don't miss out. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Online, res-q.com. Get that second bottle of Rescue Orosine for free. Use that code MyEnergy at checkout.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Dawn Stensland here. Oh, the excitement is building. Portugal and Spain this spring. You know, I wouldn't go anywhere across the pond unless Conservative Tours was running the show for you. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And after the last 2 adventures in Europe with you, I wouldn't recommend you to anybody else. Fine dining with great wines, seaside villages that take your breath away. They are so stunning to behold. 5738, yes, that includes your nonstop flight from Philadelphia to Lisbon. The picturesque Douro River Valley, 4-star hotel properties, and dining events to rival the best in Europe for 10 days. Portugal is Europe's best-kept secret. I want to take you there before the secret's out. Private Portuguese tour escort, step over the border into Galicia in Old World Spain, fly home from Porto. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. We just talked to Dave McCormick about this report that will be out 1 year later about the plane crash. Remember that with the helicopter and over the Potomac? We have a special guest coming on at, boy, Henry, you live under a lucky star. The day to report, what are the odds? So we've been after this guy for a while. Daniel Huff wrote this at the New York Post. Despite Trump's efforts, airline DEI programs are still risking people's lives. Now, that's a major charge. He says, I analyzed every U.S. commercial flight crash attributed to pilot error since 2000. Women and minorities represent fewer than 10% of pilots, yet were factors in 4 out of 6 crashes. And is that flimsy or is that a pretty good stat? Now, remember, it was a female pilot. There was some issue about that with the helicopter. It was an issue of not, guy said, I got to go home. And they just had one guy do both the helicopters and the bigger planes landing. And 3, the issue that came up, are they going to address it? Too many of these generals and colonels don't want to drive to someplace they have to go. They want to take a helicopter across the Potomac. All 3, but it's a year. Now, I remember that because I'm nuts and because this is what I do. Do you remember those 3 factors in this? Remember how horrific it is? Why in the world will we have a helicopter with all the technology, but everything else, be crashing into a plane, killing all kinds of people? And it takes them a year to sort it out. They're still debating it today. Sully would have landed on the Potomac, figured this out, and taken another flight off in that period of time. God knows. Yeah, let's go bother Sully. We can't figure out why this may have happened. Okay, coming up, I'll give you Philadelphia now. I told you last week, you see the tip of the spear. They were surrounding ICE at 8th and Cherry, blocking the garage. Now Philadelphia City Council has unveiled a bunch of bills to counter ICE and make life miserable here in Philadelphia, saying, hey, if ICE comes to Philadelphia en masse, this is what you're going to get. In the past, I think Trump would have sent people here. But now they're ratcheting pressure up on the mayor, who, to her credit, has not gone down that path. I'll give you what they put out in Philadelphia today. Don't forget the side question. I see some really good ones up here. An astronaut, no longer cachet. The zeitgeist has sailed. And now we're seeing other things that take press, something that's lost its luster. 855-839-1210.
It's Nick Cale here. Start your new year off right with that new or certified pre-owned luxury vehicle you've been wanting. My friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are available to assist you in your unique vehicle search throughout the tri-state area. That's right. The Piazza Premium family has dealerships in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Find your Alfa Romeo, Maserati, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, Jaguar, or Land Rover at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's Piazza PremiumAutos.com and tell them Nick sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Announcing that gold is now over $5,000 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, the States Roadshow wants it. They are paying top dollar this Monday through Friday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. For more info, go to tmtcashforgold.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Winter is here, and even small roof problems can become big leaks. I'm Merrill Reese for Impriano Roofing and Siding, trusted by local families for over 50 years. Their experts handle roofing, siding, and energy-efficient windows with no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest work and lasting results. Be proactive. Protect your home before the next storm hits. Visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444 today. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, family trusted since 1973.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
So we are awaiting word, hopefully during the show. You don't see anything, Henry, do you? I saw them going into the meeting room before the show today that the people that review airplane crashes will be giving us their full and, quote, final report. I gave you three things that I remember, and it ought to be pretty simple to know what are we doing to make sure that air traffic control is the best that we can do. They were not in that situation. What can we do to limit situations with all these brigadier generals and all in helicopters? And three, the DEI part of it, if that is part of it. We have a special guest coming on who wrote about airplane crashes and DEI still apparent. And we didn't know this would be coming on today. So he'll be in at 1:30 to talk about that. Side question, this coming off seeing this story about an astronaut no longer having cachet, the influencer, much more so with American school. Who wants to be an astronaut? You know, that used to be such a big deal, not that long ago. And NASA was seen as the gold standard. I don't even know what the gold standard is of anything anymore. What would we say it still is? The Eagles said they were the gold standard, and they can't get an offensive coordinator. So I was going to save it for a question, but early take, Henry, and you got to choose one or the other on Tuesdays here. The Tuesday take, as Newman said, Tuesday has no feel. True. Is it the Eagles' structure? They don't want to come here because of that. Or is it they buy into Patullo got egged, yada, yada, yada. These fans are animals here. Why have they not gotten an offensive coordinator?
I tend to lean more with the structure answer.
Okay.
I don't think the 5 coordinators in 5 years is warranted because the first one was Doug Peterson, and I mean that last season was a disaster, so we had to kick him out.
Right.
I mean, I think it is more the structure of the team and how Nick has kind of meddled in on some offenses. Like, you know, his first year, he was calling plays before he finally gave it over to Steichen because he didn't know what he was doing. You know, he was meddling with Brian Johnson. I'm sure he was meddling, or he just wasn't overseeing Kevin Patullo this year. And it's just that kind of, don't really know what this role is, the undefined role of the offensive coordinator that I'm sure turns a lot of people off. Like, is this my offense or is it not?
Okay.
Not so much that your house might get egged if you stink. Like,
it's not that.
If you stink, then they're all fired.
Okay, it's not that then. Okay. It's not us. It's more the Eagles. They said full autonomy, but nobody believes that.
Correct.
It's interesting, you know, so they're going to pull off a guy off a street corner who may have coached defensive backs at Paducah State 50 years ago. He's your new host.
I saw former NFL quarterback Sean Mannion is coming, and I loved him in college, so maybe he can have some sort of creative renaissance.
He coached, though?
I believe he's been coaching since he retired. He's only 33, so he's a young guy.
I like Phillip Rivers. I'd give him an interview.
Man, yeah. Why not at this
He's
point?
He's our quarterback. He knows
give it to Sean Mannion.
Yeah, there you go.
Rivers.
All right. Call Henry Machette up. We'll give you some new ideas. Okay, 855. They ought to do a lottery. You know, winner gets to be sitting in there and see what the thing is. Make it.
Oh, man. They'd raise a lot of money for that.
Henry's got one for me at 1:45, I'm told, too, involving Allen Iverson. So we'll give you that every Tuesday. But here is what Philadelphia said. The son of Michael and Catherine Zeta-Jones is gun-shy about coming on CNN again. Now, you may remember with Scott Jennings what happened. So it doesn't say the Daily Mail reporting this. He'll go on if Scott Jennings is not on that night. But he doesn't want to go on again with some of those people who are on that show. And I have to say, the Abby Phillips show, some of the people on there, you know, some are adults and they just yell a lot. But it is quite competitive, to put it mildly. And throwing their son into that and thinking he could just say anything, that'd be fine. Can you imagine now the kid's sending a report? No, I'm not going to go back on CNN. I guess it'd be worse if they had him on with people throwing softballs and he was a star. Then they bring him back with Jennings or something. Oh, my God. Okay. 855-839-1210. You get on board. We led today, if you missed it, with now the guy who is 1-2 leading Catholic figures in America, the Cardinal in Newark, Cardinal Tobin, calling upon Catholics to let everybody, Catholic or not, representative, know that they have to defund ICE. Yeah, calling for the defunding of ICE. It cannot exist. Just think about this guy now. Think about what the church has been through. Think about how the church lawlessly, in my view, encouraged 9 million people to come across the border. And the burning issue today, and you have to face it, and it's hard. Dave McCormick said it directly. It's hard to get people to say it directly. President Trump did not just run on deporting people who have final orders of deportation or were criminals or were child molesters. He ran on if you're here illegally, you're breaking the law and you have to go, and we'll help you. We'll send you back, self-deportation. You get the plane ride, etc. And then we allow you to apply for citizenship. He ran on that. You can't soft pedal by saying, well, you're not going to have millions and millions of people. You might have 1 million, although I don't know. That's a lot. That are just the worst of the worst. There's a lot more here. And are we going to go about deporting them? Now, signs of a strategic maneuver here. I won't call it a retreat yet. The president sending in Homan in a hostile atmosphere like Minnesota. You really need a Homan there. Bovino is not a Homan. Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski are not a Homan on directing this, figuring out how to carry out their mission, but not get too involved, if possible, with these mobs. And I know some people say, well, the mobs are, I get it. But do we want more situations like we've seen? It's not me saying it. President Trump, by his actions, is saying, no, I don't want that. And the sign of all this, Hannity, weaseling big time. Yesterday saying, I don't think ICE ought to be doing any operations at Home Depot. Well, tell me then how, I'm not saying in Minnesota, but I'm talking across the country. I'd like to see how ICE is figuring out where to go to deport people that are here illegally. Those that have a criminal record, maybe that helps them to target them. I'm talking about people without the criminal record other than their criminal record of being here illegally. What do we make of Hannity? It's coming from Trump and all. He's looking for a way to spin out of this. So if they don't go to Home Depot, where are they possibly coming up with this stuff? This is a difficult job to identify who's here illegally without using some mechanism that some people are not going to like. But is that not what the election was about? Biden allowed, you heard Dave McCormick just say it. He upped my number. I've heard 6 million. I'd say it's 6 million plus. He's saying 9 million to get into the country during that 4-year stretch or 3-year stretch illegally. That's a lot of people on top of how many were already here. What does that do? We know what it does. Stuff the other side doesn't want to admit, even driving up housing and rental cost, among other things. So what do you do with those people? How does ICE deal with that? In Minnesota, I would say, let's face it, it's impossible to deal with that. In other words, ICE can't be going, they have to target smaller numbers of people. Then the president, another sign, calling Walls and calling Fry and trying to strike a deal. These are all signs that Trump gets what's happening here, that you can't pull out, but you cannot operate as you are in the other states. And I agree, that's a reality. You see what can happen here in an instant because of the mobs, because of the government there. CBS reporter doing an interview blaming Nick Shirley for all this, saying that Nick Shirley unleashed all these animal energies because of the fraud stuff. We've kind of forgotten about the fraud stuff. I have to say, I thought the Somalis, I thought the whole system in Minnesota, there was a lot of fraud. Did I think it was $10 billion? No. How much fraud in Philadelphia? Could it be a few billion? Absolutely. In California, could it be 50 to 100 billion? Absolutely. You see, we've been kind of derailed from the fraud train here because of all the emphasis on what's going on with ICE. But thank God you got Homan in the bullpen, that you can send Homan into this game. What's he going to do? He's going to tighten it up, make it more target-oriented. He's going to try to reach anything he can with Walls, which I think is pretty much impossible. But at least he's going to try. Walls, and particularly, is not going to say, okay, you remove ICE and we'll give you X number of people we're holding it. He's not going to do it. He's got the upper hand in his head. I know he's a laughingstock. I know he's a buffoon. I know it's Holocaust Remembrance Day. I know what this goofball clown said about Anne Frank. But where he is, the only thing you can do is there anything to indict? Here's another sign of the strategic withdrawal. DOJ reporting during my show today that they are not going to continue to pursue Don Lemon. Don Lemon should continue to be pursued. He wasn't there just as a journalist. Yeah, he was doing some of that, but he was also outside egging this on, coming in with it. There is no doubt in my mind that's what he was about. That was dropped today. So these are all signs that President Trump is not liking what he's seeing in some way, shape, or form and is maneuvering on this. The goal, if they're there in the spring, in the manner they're there now, I'd be shocked. I'd set the over and under at March, beginning of March, that you're going to see essentially no operations or a lot lesser operations there. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Let me go to Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today.
Same here, Robert. How's the ankle?
It's getting better, actually.
Good.
I'm on a cane, and it's just wrapped up, and I'm going out in stages to shovel snow because I share a walkway with an elderly couple. So I'm, I'm kind of on the hook for that.
I have to say, I never remember shoveling as much as this, but of course, I had DJ and Luke helping in the past. It was all me this time, and digging that car out, that makes a difference when you have the two of them do it. Yeah.
That's one of the reasons we have 5 kids, Dom. So
there you go. It's like the farm time. Get out there and farm them fields. You got the soybeans, Kirk. Yeah.
Hey, you're old enough this year. Here's the shovel.
Yeah. Hey, Robert, has the zeitgeist hit you yet today?
No. I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if it had. But nothing's hit me so far.
Well, it's taken the show to a whole new level. I got to use that word more.
I love this, Dom. I swear to goodness, man. But at any rate, I'm going to get to my side answer. Now, I know I'm not a religious person, but when I was a kid, the Roman Catholic Church and the Pope were people that you kind of looked up to, whether you were religious or not. They were the spiritual leaders of the Western world. And they've completely lost their way. They've completely become political. They've completely ruined their message to the faithful. And I wanted to point out that, do you remember when the Biden administration was putting people in the Latin-speaking masses?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I would submit to you that was their quid pro quo payoff to Francis to go into there, because the Bidens didn't care about religious people per se. I think that the Pope did not like these conservative religious people, and he wanted to put a stop to it, and Biden did that for him in exchange for the Roman Catholic Church selling their proverbial souls.
Yeah. What did Cardinal Tobin say when he should have jumped into the ring, because it wasn't political, it was religious, taking down the phone numbers and the addresses and the FBI and all that of devout Catholics?
And how does that happen, Dom? I mean, I'm not a Catholic myself, but how does that happen? I mean, the Catholic Church is a staple in Western culture, whether you're religious or not. Why did they sell their souls like that? I don't get it.
Well, I would say this. Political? Yeah, that's a good question. I would say these guys, Robert, the ones that I know, they've always been political. They weren't as bold about it, and people were more reverential. They rose in the same way as you would in anything it's always been political, these bishops and archbishops. Cardinal Kroll was one of the worst imaginable.
But that's politics within the church. I'm talking about them moving into American citizen politics. That's what I mean. They've overreached. They've gone too far.
Yeah.
And I'm going to leave it there. Great show, and I'll talk to you next time, Dom. Thank
you, Robert. That's a very good one. Yeah, something that's lost its luster is what we're looking for. You know, I'm always ready to do, when we meet afterward, Henry, just a little forward here, the sign of apocalypse. I always love that. It drums up great answers.
Oh, yeah.
That the Sanders guy is in the Pro Bowl. It's like, what? Right there is the end of Western civilization, football. So let's put Sanders in there.
I mean, they're going to put Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman winner in eventually.
Yeah,
to get that far down the list. It's like, no quarterback wants to
Hey, we heard Dom Giordano can throw it 40 yards.
Yeah, put him in.
I'll tell you this. I'm getting rid of that ball quick. They talk about these guys in a quick release. How about 100th of a second? I'm touching the ball. I'm taking a step back. Wherever it goes, I don't care. You're not hitting me.
No drop back for you.
That's right.
Throwing it.
The guy I admired as a quarterback was Joe Kapp, who would curse at the other team at the snap and all. He's calling them all kinds of things, et cetera. Remember him, the Minnesota Vikings guy? Canadian. Oh, no, it's legendary.
Really?
I mean, he would say stuff about their mothers even. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Can you imagine? Everybody in the world wanted to kill him, so they forgot what they were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine looking across, it's Ray Nitschke on the other side, or the guy with the strange eyes that was for the Kansas City Chiefs, the middle linebacker, or Jack Ham with half of his teeth out. No, Jack Lambert. You're looking across the line. I don't know who today that would be, but they're off. You just know this guy. It's not just that he's big and fast and strong. He's off.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, that's what Chuck Bednarik's on the other side, pointing at Frank Gifford. Stay down.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not goading that guy.
I can imagine if Frank Gifford got up, what would happen on the next play? All right, 855-839-1210. Grab a line, jump on board. We talked school choice with McCormick. Coming up, where is the president of the NEA, the nation's largest teachers association, speaking at an event, I believe today or tomorrow, the event. I'll tell you what the event is, and it's right on brand for what's happened with teachers' unions. That's straight ahead with Dom.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You know, it's amazing. The people that have the ability to take these people in are the last to do so. You ever notice that?
Yes.
How wild that is?
Mhm.
Always. You know, Kamala and Doug, they just bought an $8 million Malibu mansion. Let me ask you something. How does an unemployed politician and a lawyer that does not make seven figures afford an $8 million second home? You never notice this too? Whether it's Martha's Vineyard, Malibu, or in Hawaii, all the Democrat elitists that pitch climate change and the fear of coastal flooding, they all buy beachfront property.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm opening a second location for my coffee shop this year?
I smell trouble brewing.
I needed to print new menus, loyalty cards, window signage, so I went to Staples.
That'll cost you a latte. Get it?
Uh-huh. Actually, I saved $100 on my print order, and everything looks amazing.
Well, grind my beans and call me impressed.
Staples made it easy.
If your business needs to print, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Offer valid in-store and online. Ends 1/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January is a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit WindowNation.com now.
When it comes to iconic snacks, there's a reason Tasty Cake has been a favorite for generations. From peanut butter candy cakes to butterscotch crimpets, Tasty Cake delivers the classics you know and love. Baked fresh and packed with flavor. Perfect for lunch, dessert, or any time in between. Look for Tasty Cake wherever snacks are sold. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, so Dom Giordano's show. So today, the head of the NEA, I think they have 2.5 million members, foot soldiers for Progressives Democrat Party. Becky Pringle, who was scheduled to be on the show, Henry. It was shocking that we got her.
I remember.
Yeah, we had these people that put out, yeah, you can have Becky Pringle. Would you like that? Sure. They must have done one quick Google search. Oh, my God. Can you imagine? Becky, are you hanging up? She will be speaking at an event on the roadmap to political revolution. The roadmap to political revolution. That's right on brand So it's not necessarily the individual teacher. You may like your child's individual teacher. We hear this all the time. It's the teachers' unions and where they've gone. Now, Becky Pringle is just off. We played you many times, all the things, screaming that. Randy Weingarten is the real deal, though. She's the one that kept the schools shut. She got wind of the CDC, was ready after a long time to put the directive out about opening the schools. And what happened? She submarined it. Now she goes around talking about fascism. And I've had her on 4 or 5 times. Strangely, she would come on when I was in New York radio filling in, Henry. Not so much here. I don't know why. I've never had her in studio. She is a piece of work, but she's willing to joust with you. But this is right on brand. Political revolution. That's what they're about. Not reading, writing. It's reading, writing, no, revolution. It's about fascism. That's their watchword this year. Not their abysmal scores, their abysmal ranking, America's public schools during school choice week.
It's been their watchword for as long as I've worked here.
Yeah, well, exactly. So we're in the middle of school choice week. And you know what I've said, why school choice just doesn't take off like a missile even more? It's because it's like the state store thing. Why do we still have the obnoxious state stores in Pennsylvania? It's an 80-20, maybe 90-10 against them. But the people that are on board with the LCB, they agitate and make them afraid, the legislators, all the time. There's no reason we should have the state involved in selling us alcohol. 49 other states don't do it. So how could Shapiro sit out there and not tell us, yes, I'm going to take the money so that kids can make a choice and get out of these rotten schools? By the way, did you notice? We'll be checking on it. Philadelphia is on remote learning. Boy, how I would like to tap into a 4th grade class and see what the hell's going on with that. Come on, somebody's got to do that.
Give me the Zoom invite. I'll put it up.
Yeah, you're right. We put it up on our YouTube. But what they're doing is, yesterday they had off and they announced that on Friday. All right, I think a snow day is fine. But today, are you going with remote? Yeah, they're on remote again in New York, I believe, again today. I mean, they abuse it. They are abysmal. In a fancy word, they suck at the zeitgeist. Notice I put that in one sentence. I've never heard that word used in talk radio. It's just, I get thrilled when I hear a big-time word used, and it is. You may have one or a strange French phrase you want to drop in. Feel free to do that. Let's go to David in Lexington, South Carolina. Hello, David.
Hey, Don. How you doing?
Good.
You know, when you talk about the Vatican and their wall and sort of the hypocrisy, you know what it reminds me of is the DOJ says that voter ID laws are racist. But try to walk into their office, and guess what you have to have? A photo ID.
Yep. Well, look,
David,
here, I don't know. Do you have a voter ID in South Carolina?
We do.
Yeah. The reason it failed here, we had a guy who was unskilled, Tom Corbett. I used to do a monthly show with him, the governor. He had both houses, and he could not, they killed him in saying that people can't get a photo ID. He wasn't ready with the free program. I advised him, go out every day in a truck, make a big deal out of it. You're signing people up, do it. Just couldn't do it, and they wore him down, and that's why we don't have it. In other words, they scream poverty.
Wow. Well, that's the thing, Dom, I've said so many times, is if it was Republicans saying that people of color, minorities can't get IDs, don't have the knowledge, the ability,
right.
You know what the narrative would be.
Oh, right.
You know, I can't believe they get away with this for decades saying, oh, these people here, they don't know how to get an ID. They don't know how to work a computer.
Well, you heard McCormick today. Now, whether they'll be able to slow it down or not, this Thune guy is beyond a rhino. He's all on board. They appear to have the votes to do voter ID, David. Fetterman, I would say there's a slight chance could. It could happen, or will it just be filibustered and stop? What's your side today, David?
All right. Before I give my answer, I'm going to give you my quirky word. I'm a geologist by trade. So orogeny. It's one of those words that sounds kind of, maybe a little filthy, but it just means mountain building. When mountains are being formed. The Appalachian, like, for example, Dallas has not won a Super Bowl since the Appalachian origin began. So,
well, wait a minute.
Like
Did you say Appalachia or Appalachia?
Appalachia.
Oh, God, I hate that when it happens. How did that happen? It's only in the last 10 or 15 years that Appalachia, did somebody there not speak English and go, Appalachia?
Yeah, kind of pecan, kind of.
I didn't know you were a geologist. You're the first geologist caller I think I've ever had, Henry. Wow.
Oh, there you go.
Seriously. Yeah.
Well, because we've lost our luster. That's the problem. We've lost our luster.
Yeah, there you go. All right, what's your side?
This used to be a thing. This used to be something that football players chased after, and I think it goes back to when there was a 12-game season in the NFL, but the 1,000-yard rusher. Now it's no big deal. Who cares you got 1,000 yards?
Exactly right. Yeah, what else have you done? Right? We need a new standard there. Saquon, half a year, I'll do 1,000. Okay, coming up. And this is just, we saw this guy write this piece. It's startling. He says, despite Trump's efforts, airline DEI programs are still risking people's lives. Think about that. On the day where they released the report that involved, one of the people involved was a female piloting that helicopter, I think in training, over the Potomac. He's straight ahead here on Talk Radio 1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2, and you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, NewNordicUSA.com, or your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, it is Dom time. We're awaiting the full report from the people who take apart, sadly, what happened in that crash over the Potomac. And by all days, to have on the show, Daniel Huff is a former White House lawyer in the Office of Presidential Personnel and founder of ChipSack. I think that's right, chipsack.com. He joins us here on Talk Radio 1210 talking about his piece in the New York Post headline, despite Trump's efforts, airline DEI programs are still risking people's lives. And he's the director of Enablance, former senior advisor, and the executive office of presidential personnel. Let's go to Dan on Talk Radio 1210. So, Dan, that last part, thank you for joining us, of looking at personnel. What gave you the idea to take a look at airlines and this issue of DEI?
It's an honor to be on with you and your listeners. And, there's a saying in Washington that personnel is policy. And when I was at the White House, I was working under John McEntee, who's a fantastic boss, got a lot of big things done fast. And he always said that. And so he said, listen, we're not just picking people to sit in positions, secretary, deputy secretary, things like that. We're picking people who advance the America First, President Trump's agenda. And so we really thought about that in every agency we looked at. And so when I think about, personnel, I also think about the policy. And at FAA, I thought, what are the issues with DEI? So I'm always kind of attuned to the policies while thinking about personnel. And that's really the connection.
So Delta, for example, the COO said, you write in January 2025, the airline is steadfast in its DEI commitments, calling them critical to our business. So I think what you're alluding to here, and you actually talk about some of the crashes, you're talking about we're dealing here with life and death every day. What evidence is there that DEI might be weakening the resolve of airlines not to have a crash?
So I think that, what you have is over a period of time, a consistent pattern where there are DEI efforts, there's crashes, there's cover-ups, and nobody does anything, and it's infuriating. And I think that, unfortunately, when President Trump took office, there was that sad crash that you referenced in D.C., and, early reports are that they had this female pilot at the control of the helicopter. She was not following instructions and struck that American Airlines plane. And I thought, well, this is a terrible tragedy, but finally there's a person in office who will actually get something done and rip this out root and branch. And President Trump began that, and he told FAA on the flight controllers, and there have been terrible work on the flight controllers by the Biden administration and Obama, where they'd lowered standards to put people in for equity reasons who shouldn't have been there. And so he said, put a stop to that, and the Department of Transportation started looking at that. But you still see on the websites, and you've quoted it from my article, that the airlines are persistent in it. And, we've all been traveling for the holidays, and you sit in your seat, and they have these little introductory commercials, and it's, they're talking about diversity and all these things, and it's infuriating. And it's like, don't they get what's going on here with this past election? Don't they understand that we want to return to merit hiring, to excellence, to public safety? And so that kind of infuriated me, and it made me redoubled my resolve to do something about it, seeing that ultimately the airlines are persisting in this errant and dangerous pattern of DEI.
Are you saying, Dan Huff with us here, Dan, it would even extend, let's start with the worst of all, where the confidence, the pilot, you and I want Sully there saying, yeah, let's land on the Hudson in the middle of January, versus somebody that they moved along and is okay, but not quite okay enough, not meeting the standard. What evidence is, would they risk that? Or is it just once these things, it's kind of like a doomsday machine. Once this DEI is set off and you don't aggressively stop it, it just seeps its way through the system.
So, yes, it seeps its way through the system to essentially all levels of the supply chain. And I think that there's a bias among people in the industry who think that essentially the whole system is so robust that it doesn't matter if I introduce DEI into my little operation here. Because even if I've got the pilots doing DEI, the software that, flies the planes most of the time, surely that's in excellent shape, and the air traffic controllers are in excellent shape. So everybody else on the supply chain thinks that I'm okay because if I do a little DEI here, that the slack will be made up elsewhere. But the problem is everyone's doing it, and it's starting to seep into the supply chain from the mechanics and the people who supply the parts and the assembly and the air traffic controllers and the pilots and the software because the engineers who do it. And so what you have is a situation where in whole it can be disastrous because all things can start having the same problems and the cracks are forming everywhere. And I think the reassurance that people tell themselves, well, I'll just do this thing and feel morally good because DEI, it has a terrible safety implications that they don't appreciate because they don't realize that everybody else along the supply chain is thinking the way they do.
Dan, I'll tell you, if I could get to an airline, and I know they'd be under fire for doing this, I'd tell you what I do after talking with you, and I agree with you too. You're not just putting a policy in there. The person is going to either slow walk that policy, be all over it every day, understand it. The people you put in are the policy. I'm going to advertise, and I'm going to do it. There's none of that stuff here. This is the best and the brightest. Might cost you a hair more, but I'm telling you, from the mechanic wiping up the oil over there all the way up to the pilot, I'm better than any airline in America. Let them prove it, because I don't think they are. If they did that, I'm sure there would be a revolt because these others now would say you're frightening the American public. Well, maybe we ought to be frightened.
We ought to be frightened. You're 100%. I'd sign up for that airline right away, and I think everyone else would too. The Babylon Bee had a headline along those lines last night, something along the lines of like, airline announces that for an extra fare you can get old white guys named Steve as the pilot, and 100% of people signed up. But look, you're right. There's a famous case of an Alaska Airlines plane that crashed off the coast of California. It was not pilot error. It was mechanical error that the jack screw in the tail flap was not properly maintained. So every airline, the airplanes are a very complicated piece of equipment. They require very specific types of maintenance and operation, and you need true experts and people who are at the top of their game. And look, they don't have to be the most excellent people at all times, but they have to be, properly qualified. And inevitably, when you start introducing DEI and there's affirmative action, you have to lower it. It's always what happens, even if you say it's not. And we saw that, and I bring this up in the article, and it's good for, I think, the listeners to know that starting in the 1990s, the Navy started affirmative action, and they put a certain female pilot, Kara Hultgren was her name, as an aviator, and they celebrated her. And unfortunately, sadly, she crashed doing a night carrier landing. And they said it was engine failure, but it wasn't, because they had these admirals and vice admirals and the media, it was engine failure. This isn't a problem with affirmative action. Sure enough, 2 or 3 months later, the report leaks from internal that says, no, it was pilot error, and she'd been, in fact, hurried through and passed with marks that would have, grounded any other pilot because the Navy brass wanted a woman at the top, and it killed her. That's what they did. These idiots killed her. And they are totally unabashed, and they keep on doing it, but that's the playbook you hear. Every time someone says, the problem with the crash, it's not that. Of course, everyone's held to the same standards. Do not believe them. That's exactly what they said in 1994. The government lied to us, and they were proven wrong, and they were proven liars by a leaker later. So we have to be very vigilant whenever you hear, be skeptical of any official story, and the administration has the tools to crack down on these airlines, and it should.
Dan, predictions coming out of today, either on what we're talking about or the other factors. Well, I guess a factor, too, were the flight control and how one guy went home and they were doing 2 jobs and all that. What do you think they're going to give us in this final 1 year later analysis?
Well, look, you already saw some leaks, showing that she was ignoring instructions. But I think what they're going to try to do is satisfy all parties. A typical bureaucratic response where they're going to cite everything. We'll say it was this, but it was also this, but it was also that. So yeah, she should have paid attention. But also there was too few, air traffic controllers, and the FAA could have done a better job with X, Y, Z. And really, they should have, So they'll try to spread out the blame in a typical way, so that essentially no one thing is isolated. But the good news is that President Trump, he knows the score, and I think he needs to make sure that the people beneath him are carrying things out expeditiously and fast, the way we used to do when I was at PPO with John McEntee. We used to, go to the FAA, go to the Department of Transportation, say, here are your authorities, and I lay them out on the piece. Go to these airlines and tell them no more DEI. I don't want to see it on your website. I don't want to see it on your introductory video when I'm sitting in the plane. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want it in your annual report. None of it. And I'm putting somebody in your C-suite to monitor, make sure you're not doing this. And if you don't listen, we're going to terminate your operating certificate. Why? Because of public safety. Public safety requires that these decisions be made on merit, and not on any other factors. And I think the authority is there to stop it. So we'll see what happens with that report, but hopefully all of this, the whole history here, will lead to some swift action soon.
Absolutely. Great stuff. Dan, where do we find you? And is this your area of expertise? Is this what you write about?
I write about interesting legal policy issues. So you can find me at Real Dan Huff on X. I post my articles there, but all sorts of interesting policy topics. I appreciate you having me on and your listeners' interest, and hopefully this is a problem that we can solve soon for the public safety of all Americans.
Thank you, Dan, very much. I got to write down during the break. I got to follow that guy. So let's see what other policy issues. And Henry, born under a lucky star here again. Surprised E.J. Antoni says, I want in today.
Yeah. Seriously, I'm going to get a text from him in a few minutes.
We've been after this guy for a while. I don't know if it's a week or, I kind of forgotten what it is I went after him. And it's on the same day. Now, the female pilot here did not follow instructions, trainee. There was, in fairness, though, a problem with the air traffic control. They had one person doing both because the other guy said, I want to go home. God. And then there's a problem with generals and others wanting helicopters across the Potomac. My God. Don't fly into Washington. I have never done that, so I'm not, but it just seems too crowded to me. All right. Phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Ask me anything, particularly on a Tuesday. Henry has a question for me. We'll get your calls, too, in on the side question. We've gotten some great ones so far. Lance has a controversial one. If he's right, though, could be a winner. I'm not sure, though.
Ooh.
Coming up. I'm not sure if he's right or not.
I think he is.
Okay.
I do, too.
All right. Yeah. Maybe I'd like to be broadcasting from there, so I'm going to say no.
Fair.
Yeah. 855-839. Well, you said 855-839-1210. You get in. Hey, attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey home sellers. If you're over 60 and even thinking about selling in 2026, do not start too late, as sellers are losing thousands before the sign ever goes up. They fix the wrong things, they guess on price, and they get blindsided at inspections. Learn the 10 new rules of selling over 60 at Diane Giordano's free breakfast seminar. It's great breakfast, 9 a.m., January 31st at the Hilton Garden Inn. Join me and my great friend Diane, either live or on Zoom. Should you downsize now or stay put? What are your capital gains? How to declutter 30 years of your stuff? What do you fix or not fix? Should you sell as is? And how to price and market your home to sell fast. All attendees get a free copy of Diane's newest book, The Hidden Cost of Overpricing. Join us on January 31st. Get all the info by RSVPing at 215-576-8666. Online, 215-576-8666.com. It's free. See you this Saturday. Just call and tell her you're coming. 215-576-8666.
Dawn Stensland here. Oh, the excitement is building. Portugal and Spain this spring. I wouldn't go anywhere across the pond unless Conservative Tours was running the show for you. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And after the last 2 adventures in Europe with you, I wouldn't recommend you to anybody else. Fine dining with great wines, seaside villages that take your breath away. They are so stunning to behold. 5738, yes, that includes your nonstop flight from Philadelphia to Lisbon. The picturesque Douro River Valley, 4-star hotel properties, and dining events to rival the best in Europe for 10 days. Portugal is Europe's best-kept secret. I want to take you there before the secret's out. Private Portuguese tour escort, step over the border into Galicia in Old World Spain, fly home from Porto. 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com. You'd love new windows, but you don't want to pay a fortune for them. Well, January is a great time of year thanks to Window Nation. Right now, they're more affordable during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. If you're feeling cold drafts from your windows, or seeing fog or mold around the frame, or paying a lot more for heat than your neighbors are, it's time for new windows. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Visit windownation.com now.
Harvest your financial freedom in 2026 with a growth savings account from First Harvest Credit Union. Earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with no withdrawal penalties, giving you flexible access to your funds. Explore other savings options, such as our competitive share and IRA certificate accounts, to cultivate even more growth. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by your nearest branch to get started. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Going to Lance in a minute. YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. And, if you can match the governor of New York, we're going to show you Kathy Hochul. This is worse than Mandami, telling people about how to shovel correctly. I'd love to. You just show me, send it to my email, hit me on Twitter. We need some videos of explaining something, not just shoveling snow. It could be anything. You can do better than this. Henry and I were talking, what are the handlers thinking? Taper doing this, and then take a look at it. And if you are an advisor, Henry, and I bet the advisors, let's get right out there with that. People will love this. What the governors tell you in this 22 seconds. It is worse than Mondani. By the way, I heard on Sports Talk, they were talking about an electric shovel. You ever hear something?
Yeah.
I saw a guy with one.
I keep seeing the clips of them.
Yeah. You think they
I think it's definitely worth the investment, the way they move.
Yeah?
Yeah, if you don't have a snowblower and you're like, I'm not getting one of those.
I would never get a snowblower. I don't have enough. How much land do you need for a snowblower?
You need to have, enough that you're out there all day just shoveling. I feel like if you just have a driveway, maybe a little piece of sidewalk in front of you, you don't need it. But if you have something bigger than that, yeah, it's definitely worth it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know our snowblower contingent, but youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Come on, you got to subscribe. We got a lot of great interviews on YouTube, on Zoom coming up. But here is the governor. Listen to her tips. And I think she might move maybe how many cubic inches of snow. I'm not a cubic inch guy. And
a big shovel, too.
And it blows, big shovel. Like, that's going to get under the ice. And it blows back at her, kind of. And she looks like she has a postman's uniform on or something. Doesn't she? What's the uniform?
Yeah, it's something. It almost looks like a college uniform. Like they're playing an away game. They're getting off the bus. Like that's what they're wearing.
All right. Here is the governor of New York in a fierce race. Not really now that the others dropped out. Telling New Yorkers how to shovel.
Pro tips on shoveling from someone from Buffalo who knows. Push it out
from Buffalo.
Okay, see what I'm doing here? No strain on the back from doing that. Now, when it gets a lot heavier, you're going to have to do a little bit more, but don't lift much. Just do it in smaller bits, okay? Little bits. You can do this. Don't do a big pile and fill this up because that can lead to a heart attack. You don't want that.
All right, we'll play it again one more time. And my comment is, even a normal-sized driveway, how many years would it take this woman to do that? They would have to wait for the thaw of spring.
In her defense, she's only shoveling like, I don't know, an inch right there.
If that. Yeah.
If that, like.
Oh, yeah, show us on the big stuff what you're saying.
Yeah, seriously. Like, it snowed so much this weekend. You find the one, like, did they shovel it out for you first and then come back an hour later and then go, all right, here's.
And it's cringeworthy because you're going to bounce off it with that shovel. It's bouncing off it.
And she pushes it. She doesn't shovel. She pushes
Well, she's telling you to push it. Not only that, she's got to say, I'm from Buffalo, hon.
Right. I think it's different.
Prerequisite. We know
Can you
snow.
imagine? No snow. All right, here's a little bit more. Here's another look. We should Zapruder film this. Maybe it is an electric shovel. It's bouncing off it. And Henry's right. I don't even know if it's an inch of snow. You can't shovel anything like that with that type
You're
of shovel.
You're not going to. Work.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's a little bit more. Write these tips down.
Pro tips on shoveling from someone from Buffalo who knows. Just push it out of the way, okay? See what I'm doing here? No strain on the back from doing that. Now, when it gets a lot heavier, you're going to have to do a little bit more, but don't lift much. Just do it in smaller bits, okay? Little bits. You can do this. Don't do a big pile and fill this up because that can lead to a heart attack. You don't want that.
Notice a jump cut, too.
Yeah.
It has been edited.
Oh, God. Edit it. It was 22 seconds. And Henry, as soon as she said the back, I could see you on the edge of your seat. Looking at it. Yeah.
It's not even that she jumps to back injury. She jumps straight to heart attack.
Yeah, right. Heart attack.
Yeah, you might throw something out. You might strain something.
Attack.
No, heart attack, death. See ya.
How about paying some kids $10, Let's go to Lance in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Don. When I heard her voice, she just reminds me of a school librarian trying to teach you trying to show you how to take out a library book.
Yeah, it is. It is grating. And Lance, I have later on, we'll put it up on YouTube. These women crawling with signs on them that reminded me of Breaking Bad in Santeria, even though it's not Santeria, when the two killers were crawling in fancy suits in order to put a curse on Walter White in Breaking Bad. I think that's where they got it from. Women crawling on what looks like a highway, hundreds of them.
You can't make this stuff up.
No, you cannot do it at all. So what's your side?
Well, my side is going to be, but I have a question. For my side is going to be Atlantic City. It has truly lost its luster. It had a steel pier, but I want to ask you, Dom, did you ever see the diving horse?
Yes, of course. Well, Lance, I'll top you on that. The most dangerous thing I ever did, now looking back on it, I went down in the diving bell.
Mm-hmm. But you actually seen the horse jump off the steel pier?
I saw it on TV.
Oh, you was never there.
No, I didn't see it in person.
Oh, well, naturally, animal rights, they discontinued it, but definitely Atlantic City, and my word is going to be truculent. When Howard Cosell told Muhammad Ali, you're very truculent. And Muhammad Ali said, is that good?
Well,
he said, well, if it's good, I'm that.
Do you remember, and if you Google, it'll come up, and let me see if I can recreate it. Howard Cosell has got Ali, and he's calling all kinds of things to Frazier, and Frazier has to put up with it, right? And then Muhammad Ali calls him ignorant. And then Joe Frazier literally goes nuts, and Howard Cosell's toupee got 3/4 knocked off.
Yes. It was on ABC.
Yeah, on ABC. Thank you, Lance. Truculent. All right, what's that? Zeitgeist? Truculent. Imagine Howard Cosell, with the toupee. Oh, God. Throwing up on the boots of Dandy Don Meredith when they did Monday Night Football. And who was the play-by-play guy?
I don't know.
Frank Gifford.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
he was recovered by that point, 30 years later.
Yeah, I would
from
hope so.
Chuck Bednarik coming into the booth.
Probably still feels it in the
Can
cold.
you see that? Chuck comes into the booth. Oh,
Stands
man.
over him.
Yeah. All right. We got Dom's Money Melody coming up. We got our buddy Mark Ross, who's the head of the Union of the Police in St. Paul. What is he seeing? The police, state police, did react yesterday to protect the hotel where ICE was staying, or Border Patrol. Is this part of the stand down that Trump is kind of negotiating? Very difficult. 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 220? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
When it comes to taking care of your car, trust matters. And that's why so many drivers choose United Tire and Service. Every United Tire location is owner-operated, with owners who have real automotive backgrounds and stand behind the work they do. People are keeping their cars longer than ever, and reliability matters when you're driving your family around. United Tire doesn't just fix what's wrong, they help you plan ahead, so you're never caught off guard. Right now, they're offering a free vehicle safety check to catch small issues early. Don't drive alone, drive United.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
All right, it is Dom time. So, again, tragic story in Minnesota, this most recent shooting. Again, very similar to Ms. Good, who was romanticizing the whole deal. Apparently, the nurse, and you do mourn for a guy like this who seemed to be a good guy. The family now saying they told him not to be as involved in this. It looked like nothing good would happen. Apparently, in another confrontation with ICE a week before this one, ended up with a broken rib. Now, you can look at that a couple of ways in the light of everything. One, it's indicative that he was going to insert himself in these things. Or two, well, was he charged with anything? ICE broke his rib when he got involved in something, but not charged. And all the indicators from President Trump are something that, makes us believe they're reassessing how they're going to go about this whole thing. Do we have the cut of Hannity, Henry? I know I talked about it or said it. Is there? Yeah, this is cut 5. Here's Sean Hannity, and this is a signal of the reassessment of this. And I don't know that it's good advice. What's good advice is Homan going into Minnesota. Here's Homan's mission. Go into Minnesota, strategically go after people who are still among the most wanted, limit ICE in the public square where all these protesters want to engage and inflame and everything that's going on. I've said that before. Paul Morrow on the show said the same thing. And then gradually, you're going to see this mission wind down. That's what's going to happen. I would predict they'll be out by March. It'll be like a footnote. Oh, ICE is no longer in Minnesota. He's meeting with Walz. He's meeting with Fry. The president spoke with them. Last night, the state police charged at them. There was actually like a bonsai charge of the protesters, well, the mob, who were rioting because they believed Bovino, the head of the Border Patrol, was in a particular hotel. So the state police did intervene this time pretty quickly. We'll ask David Ross, who, Henry, had a magic ball a few weeks before, well, months before. I guess it was November or something.
Yeah.
We first had him on about Minnesota. Has he seen a bit of a change here? Now, here's Hannity signaling from the Trump administration, I think, a change. I don't agree with him on this. He talks about they should stop the raids at Home Depot. Okay, remember, it's not just the worst of the worst. Trump ran, and CNN put on yesterday, I guess it was, polling, and CNN verified this, in which various polls, fresh data, indicate it's still in the mid-50s or higher, that people say deport all people that are here illegally. 90% back, shipping out those that have some kind of criminal connection. So it's still very high. The problem is doing this in Minnesota, shipping out everybody there illegally, is going to result in these situations like we've seen play out. And I think the Trump administration is signaling, no, we're not going to do it there. I get that. Are they still going to do it in other places like, Philadelphia? Well, I'm unclear on that. Here's what Hannity said.
I don't know. Now, is ICE perfect or not? Can they do a better job? They can. Do I think that, some of the optics at times, do I think that going into Home Depots and arresting people there is a good idea? I don't. I don't think that people that if you're working at a place, you're not the immediate problem. Eventually, we'll have to deal with those people that didn't respect our laws, borders, and sovereignty. There's got to be a program where people get to come forward. I think they should then be given transportation home. They can get a check for, $2,000, and they can apply to come back in the country legally. We can vet them. We can do a health check on them and make sure they won't be a financial burden on the American people.
All right, let's stop it there. Now, is that what Trump ran on? I would say no. If you want to go that way, if that's the better way, that is not true, though, what President Trump ran on. So ICE not to go there, just to go after the so-called worst of the worst. So how many more of the worst are out there? I don't think you can gaslight people and say millions and upon millions and millions. there are a great body of people that have committed some crime, and I think we've taken a big bite out of that. There are a great body of people that have a final deportation order that may not have committed a crime. I'm not sure we've taken a big bite out of that. But then after that, you are seeing people that have committed the crime of being here and coming here illegally. Hannity saying at some future date, God knows when that is, that's when we'll deal with it in the manner that he talked about. Okay, that's a position, but why? Why are we saying that now? That's not what Trump ran on. It is not. And Hannity certainly didn't say that. They don't like the optics of this. Okay, that's what Homan's going to straighten out there. Not going to Home Depot. All right. So it's clear to me. I'm just trying to honestly tell you what's happening here. And why are we doing that, though? Because we're not seeing this situation in the states that are not sanctuary states, and Minnesota's at the top of the line. We're seeing it because of what they do in Minnesota. So I would concede, and I think Trump is directing that in Homan, in Minnesota, given this, it is going to result in more death if we don't do what I said and what Paul Morrow had talked about, ICE, more limited, cordon off, use the support of other ICE people. Now, maybe the state police are going to help now. I'm not sure they did at the hotel. Do those operations, declare it a victory, and they'll be out of there by the end of February. If we go the other route in Minnesota, then it is going to be all out. Can't leave Minnesota, though. I mean, that's a given. You just cannot leave Minnesota under this type of pressure. It will never end. Where do you come down on it? Or do you just say, well, I'm just not going to think about that? Well, this is what we voted on. Immigration was number one thing, and it was deportation, 9 million people here. Now, Henry, the sound of the day, this is cut 17. Listen to where the Catholic Church is, because this guy is a huge, now, I would hope our guy, the Archbishop, can put him on the show 3 hours. We used to have him on, and I just thought, hey, he clearly, to me, doesn't want to give us anything on the big issues, doesn't want to engage in that. Okay, I get it. As long as he doesn't do that, then I'm not going to press or say anything. I'd like to hear him on this, though, what his directive to Catholics might be. This guy, though, clearly goes over the line. It's Cardinal Tobin, who is in Newark. He's 1, 2, or 3, the biggest public Catholic voice in America, other than the Pope, who's over in the Vatican and all of his stuff. He wants to defund ICE. He's calling upon Catholics to inundate elected officials, senators, representatives, to have them defund ICE. Now, I'm reading from material I have, and maybe Dave McCormick and I were a little bit cross purposes here. He said he'd get back to us on that. He's very thorough. It indicates that ICE, independent of these appropriations bills coming up, are funded in the big, beautiful bill until 2029. I'm trying to lock that down because if they are, they can't get at them. If ICE is not, we're going to see a heck of a battle on Friday when the funding runs out and appropriations have to happen. Listen to the Cardinal now and think about this. He's one of the guys that was fine. Did he speak up when Biden was allowing 9 million people to come into the country? No. And all these Catholic relief organizations? No. 9 million added on to what, 15 million that were already there? And that's 9 million inside 4 years. If Biden did not do that, there still would be a call to do something about illegal immigration. But because Biden allowed this, it became the biggest item out there. All right, here's a Cardinal from Newark.
We are serious about putting our faith in action. We need to say no. How will you say no? In this week when an appropriations bill is going to be considered in Congress, will you contact your your congressional representatives, the senators and representative from your district? We ask them for the love of God and the love of human beings which can't be separated. Vote against renewing funding for such a lawless organization.
All right. He's talking about ICE there. Defund ICE. Now, he didn't say defund ICE. He's saying don't give them the money. Do not fund. He didn't say unless this and this and this and this. He said defund ICE. And he talked about lawlessness. What's more lawless, Cardinal, than 9 million people coming into the country? Could you defend that? And by the way, why does the Vatican have the walls and they're not taking in all these illegal immigrants? And you have all those Catholic relief organizations. And you have their stance on this. All right, 855-839-1210. That's a lot of lawlessness right there. Wouldn't you say 9 million people Biden letting in? Where was this guy when Biden was saying, you know, he's a devout Catholic, and yet he's at the extreme end of being pro-abortion? I don't know his record in the altar boy crisis, so to speak, Tobin, but I'll take a look at that. All right, what would you say to him if we, by chance, get him on? You know, Henry, I know you look at this like, hey, RFK Jr. was just on. The sheriff was on debating me. Come on, we're on a roll. 7, come 11. Right, there you go.
Let's get another. Why not?
Miracles can happen, yeah. Now, I will give you a dispensation. Cardinal, please tell Henry he's not going to hell for any of this.
Please absolve me.
Yeah, please absolve him from eternal damnation. But this guy is the very progressive wing of the Catholic Church. And as I said, he might be one or he might be two of the people out there that make statements for the bishops, etc. I wish these guys would just go on the record and tell us, are they saying to defund ICE? Is that what we're going to hear? I'm sure in Newark, the priest there will be preaching, oh, yeah, you got to be defunding ICE. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. All right, we'll get to all of that. Great guest at 2:30. But first, it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That is right. We're playing today for a copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. Henry.
Dom, I'm going to leave this up to you. Do you want to hear what's behind door number 1 or what's behind door number 2?
Monty, I will take door number 2.
All right, door number 2. All right. So today on the side question, we're asking for something that has lost its luster over the years. And Aerosmith's hit song, Walk This Way, has lost its luster over, I'd say, the past, I don't know, whatever it is, 50 years now since it's been out.
50 years? Wait a minute. Aerosmith, 50 years? Wow.
1975, I believe that's when the song came out. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe later than that, but yeah, close to that at least. Anyway, not so much that the song itself is overplayed or anything, but because the lyrics don't really exactly, they're not today approved. They're not very contemporary approved because the song is about his Steven Tyler's relationship at the time in which he was 25 and his girlfriend was 16.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so
Can you say Jerry Lee Lewis? Yes.
Oh, gosh. Won't go that far. But yeah, definitely the song
can I say, let's get Linda in.
Yeah.
Scylla.
Right.
Scylla, yes.
So, on that note, I'm going to play you a cover of Walk This Way. I want to know the language or the country in which it hails from. And you chose door number 2, correct?
Yes, I did.
All right, so let me give you some things about the country in which this cover is coming from. This is a spoof song, I'd say, of Walk This Way. This country's constitution was drafted on an iPad in 2010.
That's nice.
Yeah, right? Don't you like
yes.
something like that?
Yeah.
It's famous for its thermal springs. Let's see, what was the other one I wanted? Is Europe's largest lake, and it has the world's first official wine region. So I'm going to play you this song here. I want you to tell me the country or the language that it hails from. That's not bad.
No, it is not, considering the difficulty with the language. Wow.
Yeah,
there's energy. First thing I look at energy. You've been playing some guys later. Classic songs,
right.
Jailhouse Rock.
Yeah, yesterday was Sam Elliott.
Yeah, brutal. All right, hit us with that. You get the belt for today. It's mythical, the belt. It's a Zygus. Or truculent. Don't be truculent if you lose. Truculent. And don't wear a toupee like Howard Cosell's. All right. 855-839-1210. Get on board, and we'll get you the book, too, on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Your day doesn't wait. Between the school run, the office, and the grocery list, you need to know what's happening in Philly now, not an hour from now.
At KYW News Radio, we're obsessed with your quality of life. That means real-time traffic for your commute, weather that actually helps you plan your weekend, and fearless reporting on the local leaders making decisions that affect your wallet.
Stay connected. Stay informed. Tell your smart speaker to play KYW News Radio.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. Plus, you can trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, I chose door number 2. You can choose door number 1. Give us the language, or give us the country of this classic song. Here is the clue.
Comes from a country where it's considered rude to clink your beer glass.
All right. Did I say moot court in there? It sounded like that to me.
The whole language sounds like moot court.
Because I won moot court. That's why I jumped in. Let's go to Mike in Bucks County. All right, Mike, language or country, what's your pleasure?
Is it Hungary?
Woohoo. All right, nicely done.
All right, a lot of goulash in that answer. Wow, wouldn't have guessed Hungary on that anymore, Henry?
No, I mean, that's all I had. I guessed it perfectly.
Absolutely. You are the winner.
Do you want to know what was behind door number 1?
Yes.
It was the same song.
Right.
Only it was going to be in Polish.
I don't know if we've ever had it in Polish.
Oh, that's a Dan specialty.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe he played some.
Oh, he definitely did.
Yeah. It was.
That's the whole reason I play the.
Okay. There's a lot of Finnish that I remember. A lot of Finland stuff.
Yeah. When I first started doing this, I was up that
Finland.
way a lot.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we'll do it again tomorrow for another great prize. 855-839-1210. You can grab a line here. Today's side question, I saw some great ones on Twitter. Hollywood and the SATs. Well, the SATs are coming back a bit.
They have to.
Colleges are bringing them back, and they should have never gotten away. A bit. But, yeah, at one point, the SATs were all it. Henry, when you were there, no, they were going downhill, huh?
No, they were a big thing.
Big thing? Okay.
No, I'd say for like my youngest brother is like a freshman now.
Okay, yeah.
It didn't even matter.
Yeah. There's a bit. I think Temple brought them back. A few others are doing it. Hollywood, the other, yes. Mystique is gone. Some of it due to social media. You see everything. I'm sure the stars of yore had all kinds of, craziness.
Streaming. There's no big movie premieres anymore, I feel like.
Yeah. And it's the politics of it. Speaking of which, Jimmy Kimmel breaking down and crying, talking about the death of the nurse in Minnesota, okay? And it is a tragedy. But the thing that got Jimmy Kimmel, got people riled up, is when he went after Trump voters, wouldn't apologize in the middle of another tragedy that happened. Did he cry over Laken Riley? At least this guy inserted him into that himself. Although, again, it's a tragedy. Laken Riley was just out jogging by these guys we let stay here. We let move. I'm not sure who moved them, flew them to Georgia to start their nonsense. Attacked her. She fought them off, had to hit her with a brick in the head or a rock, whatever it was. How about some tears? Where's the consistency in this? So it's fine to talk about this guy and his parents today talking about they told him to not continue to engage in this. He had a broken rib from something just a week ago around it. I wouldn't call him a domestic terrorist in the manner of Kristi Noem. And he certainly had a Second Amendment right to protect himself. He concealed carry. He didn't have the permit and identification for whatever reason. We've straightened that out. And even the Trump administration has said the very same thing. But judgment of bringing that when you know that you will be interjecting yourself most likely is lacking. That's the bottom line here. Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel is both dumb and annoying. It's a lethal conversation. Let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Tom, I'm an empath, and I can't even feel for his tears.
Yeah, I hear you.
They don't measure up. But what I wanted to talk about was Kathy Hochul. I'm an old Imus in the Morning fan, and he used to have a skit. You remember Bobby Ojeda?
Sure.
the pitcher who cut his fingers off with a weed with a hedge trimmer. He used to have a skit called Bobby Ojita's Gardening Tips, and and it was priceless, Tom. When you witnessed it every day. I'm watching Kathy Hochul put the amount of snow in that shovel that couldn't even fill up a peanut butter jar, and how did we survive without her snow tips last year?
Well, and I think they did a multitude. They cut it and recut it and all that. They probably spent an hour cutting that. Can you imagine? And they thought, yeah, this will help her campaign.
Oh my God! And you know what, Kathy? They get snow up to your chin every year in Rochester and Syracuse. So what are you trying to pull off?
Well, she's from Buffalo to top it off. That'd be like me from South Philly and saying sauce, Joe. That'd be exactly like that.
Good one. Very good. Oh, I forgot to wish you Happy New Year, by the way.
Thank you very much. Is the Zeitgeist flying over Columbus today?
Don, my side answer, and it back in the day, it had so much personality and marketability, and it went by the names of Jim and Leroy and OJ and Dale and Walter, Barry. I can go on and on. When the NFL had a position with personality, and now it just seemed to go by the wayside for these guys that come in the sweatbands, catch a pass, run off the field, putting the peace signs up, and barely getting their uniforms dirty. And that was the NFL running back.
Yeah, Saquon is the only one, Joe, to your point. Thank you. That is a good one. Yeah, that has lost its luster. I really like the Hollywood and the SAT thing, though, too. Those are both really good ones.
Those are winners.
Yeah, they potential winners, yeah. Got something else, Henry?
No, I was just saying, like, Saquon's in a commercial with Christian McCaffrey. I don't think they're non-existent out there. I just do think the wide receiver is eaten into that, bit of cachet that they have. Even the tight end. I mean, since Travis Kelce has made, he's in everything now.
I think it's a deification of the quarterback, the most important position in sports.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterbacks were important back then, but he's right. Running backs were more the marquee, I think.
Those
now
are the guys getting 300 carries.
Yeah. Now it's definitely quarterback, and I understand why. All right, 855-839-1210. Mark Ross back with us, the president of the St. Paul Police Union. Does he see things changing a bit there? State Police reacted to the hotel last night when people were going after ICE there. The president, home in there. We really want to get an on-the-ground report. He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Announcing that gold has surpassed $5,000 an ounce, and silver is at an all-time high as well. If you need cash to help pay those bills, then you must go to the Estates Roadshow. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold and silver are hot. 3 locations this week: Chestnut Hill, Bensalem, and Doylestown. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The prices of gold and silver are at an all-time high, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow, Monday through Friday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, in Bensalem at the Courtyard by Marriott, and in Doylestown at the Doylestown Inn. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com and follow Estates Roadshow on Facebook for all upcoming events.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Plumsteadville Inn with Dennis Horan and Dan Callahan, Friday, February 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Kia of CherryHill.com is the destination for the hottest brand in automotive today. Come pick out the gas-sipping Kia of your dreams. With payments anyone can afford. They have over 100 brand new Kias with MSRPs under $30,000 and over 400 new Kias to choose from, all of which come with the best powertrain warranty in the automotive business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings. Kia of CherryHill.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Budweiser has just released their Super Bowl ad. We'll have to play that, Henry. I'll send it to you. That is pretty patriotic and playing into the horses again, but the American Eagle playing it out. So we're going to see where people go. Are there any Super Bowl ads that will bring up what's happening with ICE? I haven't heard that, but potentially there might be something. Mark Ross has been qualifying, the president of the St. Paul Police Union. And are things changing on the ground? We always want to talk with him in Minnesota. Mark, welcome back. Do you see last night the state police responding to that hotel where Bovino apparently was, and they came charging at people attacking the hotel?
Yeah, Dom, you're going to think this sounds a little crazy, but from my perspective, Larry Krasner and Philly sounds pretty good right about now.
That is crazy. I am the sworn enemy until death here do us part. Beyond belief, Mark. I put it on my resume. Yes.
I'd rather be talking about football like your last segment, quarterbacks versus running backs.
Oh, you can tell us. Why was I right? The quarterback deification? That's what did it?
I think so. I think you're right. Yeah, it's things like the temperature has obviously changed a little bit. I think yesterday President Trump actually said he and Governor Tim Walz here were on the same wavelength. Last week, I don't know that those two could have agreed on what day of the week it was. So that's a positive thing. We'll just kind of see how things play out. I think it is important that in these crowd control situations, we are using our state police and our local mobile field force assets. We have a lot of training. We have the tools, and we have a pretty good way of dealing with these things. So, again, that's positive as well. I'm always optimistic. So I think things are getting a little better, but only time will tell. I know Tom Homan's in town now. I think their strategy is changing a little bit. I don't know to what degree, but time will tell.
I'm looking as we speak at Fox has this on at a news conference where all the people are wearing "Always Film the Police" hoodies, etc., in St. Paul right now as we talk. And of course, they have a right to film the police. But when you go in wearing sweatshirts like that, Mark, we know where this is going. It's not going to be legal observers. Sadly, Mr. Preddy had an incident with ICE a week before and suffered a broken rib in that. And we're hearing more from the family now saying they were warning him about some of the influences in his life.
Yeah, it's too bad. We literally we have two dead people now in the Twin Cities. It's a tragedy, in my opinion, completely avoidable. And there's really a common denominator in both of these. In both particular instances, you have people they're in possession of deadly weapons, be it a vehicle or guns, or vehicles and guns kill more cops every year than anything else. That's a reality. Both themselves intentionally inserted themselves in a situation where they didn't need to be and were interfering and impeding with law enforcement. And tragically, both of those folks are no longer with us. And it is sad. Those things shouldn't happen. When you introduce a gun into a situation when you're in a conflict with police, that raises the stakes to an extremely high level. And unfortunately, that resulted in the use of deadly force. Again, both these investigations are going to run their course. I don't have any detailed knowledge of either one. But if I could just make a plea to anybody out there, again, film us all you want, stay on the sidewalk, hold your signs, chant, but do not interfere with law enforcement when they're trying to do their jobs, because whenever you do that, there's always a possibility that somebody could get killed. It's just the reality of the way that some of these things work out. And it's sad and it's senseless.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we mention your podcast, Mark, so it does seem, what's the possible deal here? Walls, I don't think, is going to give over people. I don't see how he could, that are in jail, in custody of one sort or another, so they've been taken in successfully. Trump will draw down the ICE people. That deal on the Walls side doesn't seem like it could be made. He's got the upper hand here, and we've seen his position. What kind of deal could be made with Homan there?
I'm not so sure. I mean, obviously they're looking for a little more cooperation from our state and local electeds. I think that, what role we play in that as a local police, that remains to be seen. Again, it's up to the elected officials, our mayors, our city councils, ultimately make those decisions generally for our police chiefs. That's just the way that it works. I know that the Trump administration, I think specifically Pam Bondi wrote a letter made some other demands about voter roll information, some other things. I don't know how that's going to tie into all this. It's obviously positive that President Trump has spoken with both Governor Walz and Mayor Frey of Minneapolis. I think the fact that Tom Homan is now in town is probably a positive thing. Hopefully they're now going to get together and at least find a way, find a path forward. And this is what most of us have been talking about for the last month. Like, let's just do this. It's tremendously disappointing that it's taken this long. I don't think anybody has an upper hand in this. It's just the whole thing is kind of a mess right now.
I hear you, Mark. The podcast, what are you talking about this week, and where do we find it?
Blue Saints podcast. I was actually, before I called, I'm just reviewing episode 4. I have my counterpart, Mike Solon, on from Seattle. We're actually doing a comparison between Seattle and Minneapolis. And my question to Mike was, hey, are the Twin Cities becoming Seattle 2.0? We have a really robust discussion about kind of the things that went on in the summer of love in Seattle and their chop zone and all those crazy things, and compared them to the things that have gone on in Minneapolis and are going on now. That should be coming out tomorrow, episode 4, Blue Saints podcast. It's a good one.
Absolutely. Mark, thank you. Thanks for being on the ground with us. You've been a great help in breaking this down. To be continued. Thank you, Mark Ross.
Call anytime, Dom. Take care.
All right, Henry, thank you again developing that. We like to bring it people. You know how hard it is to get someone on the ground there that can see exactly. And I take from him what I think is happening, that there is some breaking of the ice here. Now, is Walz going to do what we want, giving over to people, then ICE will stand down? I don't see that. But all the signs are Trump is looking for some kind of deal on this, however slight. Homan being there is reassuring to everyone. Think about how wild that is. Remember how he was demonized by the left, but people are recognizing he has said the right things over the last month whenever any of these things have happened. Christino, no. Has gone too far. Bovino, no. And it's sad with Bovino. He's put his life on the line for us and with Border Patrol, but their arguments around this situation, I think, miss the mark. And Trump is looking at the optics of this and looking to not leave Minnesota, but do this in a way that's going to be successful against what is a really difficult position. Let's go to Chuck in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chuck, afternoon.
Good afternoon, you young whippersnapper. Newman class of 59.
All righty, Chuck. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Now watch me put my foot in my mouth.
Love it.
Tobin is the Catholic Church's hierarchy of Krasner. You might want to get Donahue on, Mr. Donahue from the Catholic League, and have a discussion with him over this defunding the ICE, because I can get my 5 Bibles out, my book of Code of Canon Law. I've been studying history since I was knee-high in my grandmother's kneecaps, and I'm retired military, so they can't BS me. How are they going to put this? In the Bible, it says, render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's.
Exactly.
And God to things that are God's. And in this instance, ICE is coinciding with God and Caesar for the safety of the citizens. Notice I said citizens of the United States of America. Get them illegals out of here.
Thank you, Chuck, and thanks for your service. Wow. I don't know. There wasn't a Philadelphia accent. There was a little Southern or something in there,
Right.
maybe the military service with Chuck. The Larry Krasner of Cardinals.
Love it.
We got to get Tobin on the show. We have to. I don't know if I have to fast for 40 days to get him to come on here and do something like that. Henry will handle this.
Have
We'll
him,
see.
have him do your confession live on air.
Oh,
There you
my
go.
goodness, yes.
That would awesome.
Oh, God. Well, I'll hear his, too, then. No, that's too blasphemous, Tom. Come on now. He ought to be ashamed of himself. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. I'm not even going to play today the guy that I really wanted to get on. Remember the Bishop of Tucson? He has all the bishops there with him. The border guards doing their job. Illegals coming into the country. This was the second year, I want to say, of Trump, the first administration. And he starts telling them it's time to tell these border guards, if they keep on doing that, I'm thinking of Chuck and the render to Caesar stuff, they risk excommunication. Excommunicado from the Latin. And what that means is you're out. And if you don't do the right things at that point of being out, you're going to hell. Wow. I don't think Tobin has gone that far here, but he's not calling to have Catholics bombard the Senate and the House to say, hey, you got to make some reforms at ICE. Okay? He's saying defund ICE, get rid of ICE. Now, that is a dramatically political position, particularly from a guy who is in the top 3 as far as voice and power that you see out there of an institution, the church, which I don't know about aided and abetted, but certainly enabled in some way, shape, or form 9 million people illegally coming into the country during the saintly, devout Joe Biden. They were never on the side saying, hey, you have to have borders, can't be doing this. And they make the argument all the time that seemingly every one of those people was fleeing oppression. And that's not true. And we get what the tension is, Cardinal. We get people fleeing for a better life. But does that mean America can absorb, with already 15 million people here illegally, give or take, 9 million more in that short of a period of time? The answer is clearly no. And, you know, I don't know how you live as a cardinal, but I bet there's a certain lavish nature to this. Maybe you don't understand the practicality of this. And you want to go into, I've seen him lecture about the death machine of fascism and all this stuff. And he's claiming that's where we are now. And he's going to exert his influence. Who's really going to follow this guy? What kind of Catholic? Or does this not do the people that basically tell me, look, I'm a Catholic all my life. It's both a religion, a cultural thing. And I'm not going to let guys like this drive me from that. But we're not following this guy. And all he does is increase the lack of credibility of these bishops. They're not credible. Up and down the line, they're not. They didn't speak out on the issue of life, which they have primacy with Biden. They didn't tell him, you're going to be excommunicated. But they were discussing excommunicating poor border guards. But not Biden, President of the United States. No, he gets audiences with the Pope. The border guards, they're going to hell. There's something wrong with this. Somebody asked me today, how did this happen? These guys have always been political. That's how they get to where they are. They're just absolutely more progressive for whatever reason. All right, it is the lightning round next, 855-839-1210.
Investors love to celebrate the market hitting record highs, but forget just how fast the market can drop to record lows.
Robert Turpak. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Today, when I look at the stock market, it's doing very well right now, but the stock market always crashes and you lose money. Crash Proof Retirement gives me a wonderful peace of mind. I don't have to worry about the stock market going up and down. In 2025, I was earning 6%. I never lose that 6%. None of the vehicles have any kind of hidden fees or any upfront charges. I've never lost any money. I have positive returns, and I have no trouble falling asleep at night.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 17th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assure to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assure. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Maslauger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, lightning round. Before that, Tom Homan has just said that they're going to introduce a database of those that are caught filmed that are egging on, attacking, going after ICE. Track them down and let them know their employers who these people are. I know what you're thinking. One fly in the ointment. When do these people work? Who's employing some of these people?
Yeah, who's bankrolling all those cookies and donuts?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Where's that coming from? So we'll continue to move forward with that. The White House will hold Trump account summit tomorrow. Interesting. All right, let's go to the callers. The Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Earl, what is yours today?
Real quick, my word of the day, and I think I've heard you use it before, would be all the people in Minnesota that are protesting are apparatchiks. That is someone who is blindly loyal, full-time functionary within a large organization, particularly a political party. They follow orders without question, acting as a cog in the machine, and they execute the directives of the leadership.
All right, I think Henry has set off a pretty good thing here. It's like the SAT show. Yes, good. All right, Earl.
This should have been a side question.
Don't say that. Someday it might be. Go ahead.
But my answer to the side question would be bowling. Bowling used to be everywhere. They used to have bowling for dollars. After Larry Ferrari's show on Channel 6, they used to have the PBA, the Professional Bowlers Association. It used to be the basis of television shows like The Honeymooners and The Flintstones, even into the 80s with Married with Children and The Simpsons. Bowling used to be everywhere. Now you go around, you can't find bowling alleys anywhere, but people used to go bowling all the time.
Thanks, Earl. Got to go to some others. That is a pretty good one, Henry. That's lost its luster.
Yeah, I got to say, I don't think any bowling alley I've been to has been updated since like the 60s, it feels like.
When they started putting in the bumpers so you can't gutter with the kids. I never let DJ and Luke do that. No, we're not doing that. The innovation I once got a triple and they put 3 turkeys up there on the big screen. I love the turkeys.
The animations are always awesome.
Yeah, that's always good. Try again, Dom. You guttered. Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You know, Dom, I'm not sure if you remember this outfit. They were out of West Philadelphia. They were called Stork Diaper Service.
Sure.
When I was growing up in the 60s, my father was a diaper man. He delivered diapers, and he had hundreds. He was Nick the Greek, the diaper man, honest. And he had hundreds of accounts. Old folks' homes, hospitals, daycares, and all my neighbors loved him because he would give them these big diaper pails that were great indoor trash cans, and then Pampers came along and it wiped the industry out. Thanks, Don.
Nice play at the end. Joe of Exton. Joe, you got about 20 seconds. What's yours, Joe?
Yes, hello, Don. In the past, the office of Pope was a monopoly of the Europeans. Currently, the Pope is a North American, and his predecessor was a South American. In the future, a cardinal out of Black Africa will become Pope.
All right, thank you, Joe. Wow, we can't rush greatness. All right, Kirk, these were good. This worked, Henry. You were right, the astronaut thing. What do you say, Kirk?
I got to go with Drew with the diaper service.
That was pretty good call. Henry, how about yours?
All right, so I second Drew's call. I also liked Earl's call with bowling and Lance with Atlantic City.
Oh, God, yes. All 3 great. I'm going to go diaper service.
There you go.
But
nice killing today, too.
Yeah, will Xenos be able to top that someday? Well, Dom, he didn't tell you the whole thing about the Greeks and diapers. The Greeks invented diapers. What did the Greeks not invent, according to Xenos? Nothing bad. There was nothing bad that they had. By the way, tomorrow you have to tune in. I'm sitting in for Dawn on my own show. I lead with Mondani. What book did he tell New Yorkers to read during the snowstorm? Till tomorrow. I'll tell you, Henry, coming up. You may have seen it. Oh. All right. Let's see. Tony Bruno and Ms. Robin are next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming